Chapter 286. It was a dark night, and one could not even see his own fingers. However, a fiend had come to the Chin family with a long blade dripping with blood. He was like the Grim Reaper, leaving behind corpses wherever he went. Chaotic noises rang out continuously. There were women and children screaming in fear, and there were children crying. It was very chaotic. The Chin family was in chaos. Puff! In the chaos, the blade flashed and corpses fell to the ground. Who are you? How dare you come to the Chin family and cause trouble? A cultivator of the Chin family shouted angrily and rushed over from afar. How dare you come to the Chin family and cause trouble? You must be tired of living. Another person shouted. Then Yuan Qi surged. Swoosh! The blade flashed again, and another guard was killed. He fell into a pool of blood and died. The black-clothed man stood alone with corpses lying in pools of blood. It was a bloody scene. 2 true energy realm cultivators arrived. When they saw the black-clothed man, their eyes flashed coldly and they shouted, Die! Then the 2 of them attacked fiercely. The ground began to shake. The attacks of the 2 true energy realm cultivators were extraordinary. They were like thunder. Swoosh! The blade in the black-clothed man's hand flashed again. It was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the sky and lighting up the Chun family. Puff! Blood spurted out, and a figure in the air was directly split in 2. 2 loud sounds rang out as the 2 halves fell to the ground. It was simple and direct. A true energy realm cultivator was killed. Even his terrifying attack was destroyed and turned into energy. The second cultivator's face changed drastically. His body flashed, and he was about to escape. But then the sky lit up again, and the blade flashed again. Puff! As the saber light fell, blood splattered everywhere. With a blood-curdling scream, another true energy boundary martial artist died. This was a normal scene. The black-clothed man held his blade and moved forward. He did not say a word, and his long blade flashed. No one could block this blade, not even a true energy realm cultivator. In the Chin family's mansion, screams continued. That night, the Chin family was covered in blood. Thief! You came to the Chin family to behave atrociously. You're courting death. Let me send you on your way. One by one, true essence powerhouses appeared. Their killing intent surged as they charged towards the black-robed man. They were all true essence powerhouses, so they were not afraid of the black-robed men. However, once the 2 sides clashed, they were shocked to discover that they were unable to take a second move from their opponent. When the head of the Chan family appeared, all he saw were corpses that had lost all signs of life. What he saw was a tragic scene. There were quite a few true energy realm cultivators lying in pools of blood. Almost 80% of the Chun family's cultivators were killed by a single person. As for the others, they surrounded the black-robed man in the middle. However, they didn't dare to attack. The black-robed man was too strong. The dozens of corpses under his feet were the result of taking the initiative to attack. Damn you! How dare you behave so atrociously in my Chin family? The patriarch of the Chun family roared angrily. His figure flashed and rushed toward the black-robed man. Clang! In mid-air, the sound of a sword rang out. A dazzling light flashed, and with a dazzling brilliance, it slashed toward the black-robed man. Swoosh! The saber light fell again. It was very sharp, like a bolt of lightning, and clashed with the sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. After one strike, the 2 men rushed toward each other like 2 rays of light. Patriarch, you must kill this bastard. I'm going to tear him to pieces. The surrounding Chin family members roared. Their eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. This black-robed man couldn't differentiate between black and white. He came here and killed people. He was really cruel and abominable. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing resounded continuously. The two men were like two rays of light, constantly clashing. Waves of terrifying energy, fluctuations spread out. You're only at the third sky of true essence. How can you block my attack? The patriarch of the Chun family was surprised. He was at the seventh sky, but he couldn't suppress his opponent. Swoosh! The black-robed man didn't speak. In his cold eyes, there was only killing intent. The saber light kept flashing, and each strike contained a terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Who the hell are you? What grudge do you have with my Chin family? You actually want to slaughter my Chin family. The patriarch of the Chin family's eyes flashed. Obviously, he could tell that this man was extraordinary and had a terrifying battle strength. But what answered him was only endless saber light. The black-robed man didn't speak at all. There was only killing intent in his eyes. Big uncle, second uncle, hurry up and kill that bastard. After attacking for a long time without success, the Chin clan's clan head panicked and shouted out. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two granduncles of the Chin family were already impatient. They turned into rays of light and rushed forward. The black-robed man was fighting 1 against 3. Clang! 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 Crisp sounds rang out unceasingly as sharp attacks collided one after another. Fighting 1 person was still fighting 3 people was still killing. The black-clothed man was fighting 1 against 3, but he was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he had a slight advantage. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blows had passed. All kinds of lights were shining, and a terrifying aura was surging. During this time, the black-robed man wasn't injured, but the patriarch of the Chin family had a part of his sleeve cut off. Ah, I want you dead! The patriarch of the Chin family roared. A terrifying aura was surging around him like a stormy sea. It was obvious that he was going to kill the black-robed man. Swoosh! At this moment, the black-robed man moved. His body flashed with a golden light, like a golden lightning, and he rushed towards the patriarch of the Chin family. The long saber in his hand flashed. He was very fast. Puff! A bloody light burst out. A head flew into the air. The headless body fell to the ground, spurting blood. Fast, too fast. It was like the fastest speed in the world. Ah, patriarch! Cries of alarm sounded. Seeing that the patriarch was killed in an instant, the surrounding Chun family members were shocked and retreated in horror. The patriarch's head flew for 7 or 8 meters before falling down. His eyes were still filled with shock and disbelief. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be killed like this. Dead, the patriarch is dead. His head was chopped off by him. All the Chun family members were frightened and retreated. If it weren't for the 2 elders, they would have turned around and run. The black-robed man's strength was too terrifying. Elder, please take action and kill this scoundrel. A cultivator shouted loudly. Elders, please help. The other Chin family members also shouted. They knew that the 2 elders were stronger than the patriarch. Swoosh! The black-robed man who had just rushed out flashed again. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the Grand Elder in the blink of an eye. The saber in his hand flashed. The strange speed shocked the Grand Elder. He mobilized the energy in his body and slashed forward with his long sword. Swoosh! But the speed of the saber was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it slashed across the Grand Elder's neck. With a sound, a head fell down. The Grand Elder was also killed. Ah! This time, everyone was frightened. They cried out in alarm and scattered in all directions. This is a demon. He killed the patriarch and the Grand Elder. Cries of alarm sounded. One by one, the Chin family members began to flee. This time, the Chin family was even more chaotic. Who are you? What grudge does the Chin family have with you? The second elder's face was ugly. His eyes were filled with fear. He retreated step by step. He was the Grand Elder of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The black-robed man's cold eyes swept over the second elder. The second elder's heart trembled, but suddenly he realized that those eyes were so familiar. "You are." In a flash, he seemed to have guessed the identity of the other party. He cried out in alarm and was about to blurt it out. Swoosh! But the saber flashed again. It was very fast. Before the second elder could say anything, he fell down. 2 clan elders and the patriarch were killed. Then the black-robed man walked forward with a long saber. His target was the Chun family members who were running away. On this day, the Chun family was bathed in blood. All kinds of screams were heard. The Chun family was exterminated. The terrified screams woke many people up, but no one dared to come. It was not until the sky was bright that someone mustered up the courage to come. Then they saw that the sky above the Chin family's mansion was red. It was like a thick blood fog. The door was wide open. A large pool of blood appeared at the door. A corpse fell there. Looking inside, there were already cold corpses. Seeing this scene, many people vomited. There were also many people who mustered up the courage to enter the Chin family. They wanted to find out what was going on. Then they saw endless corpses. After a long time, someone walked out. His face was pale. Dead. They're all dead. Except for the women and children, no one is alive. The Chun family is exterminated. In the future, there will be no Chin family in Songli City. After saying this, the person turned around and left. The Chun family was exterminated. This shocked everyone. They guessed that the Chun family might have offended someone. The Chun family offended Zi Qin. They wanted to kill Qin Zi, who was Zi Chen's alias. At that time, Zi Qin said that he would definitely come for revenge. But Zi Chen has been gone for a long time. How could it be Zi Qin who did it? Who knows? Maybe the Chun family did something shameful in secret. Or maybe they offended someone powerful. Everyone guessed, but they were puzzled. If the family was exterminated, why did they leave the women and children alive? What? The Chen family was exterminated? The Li family received the news the next day. The Li family leader frowned. Yes, the person replied respectfully. There's a clue about that matter. It was done by the Chun family. They had a grudge with Zi Qin, so they sent their men of sacrifice to make trouble. Their purpose was to kill Zi Qin. Humph. The Li family leader snorted and said, I don't object to having a grudge with Zi Qin, but they dared to speak rudely to us. That's courting death. Do they really think that our Li family can be bullied by anyone? Go. Since they want to exterminate the family, they should do it thoroughly. If they don't pull up the roots, it will bring disaster in the future. The Li family leader's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. Yes, the person nodded, bowed, and left. Humph, I don't know who did it. It can't be the Tsang family, and it can't be the martial ancestor. Could it be the Wang family of Yunxia City? Only they can be so soft-hearted. The next day, the smell of blood in the Qin family's mansion was even stronger. Such a big family had become a place of death. The women and children were all killed in one night. The Chun family was exterminated. Everyone in the family was killed, which caused a huge uproar. This was another major incident since the incident with Zi Qin. Everyone was massacred, and not a single one was left alive. In a small town, an ordinary-looking young man frowned when he heard the news. They were all killed. After a while, he felt relieved. It seems that those big forces are ruthless. They cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Time passed, but Zi Chen's incident was still spreading like wildfire. Chapter 287. This year's winter came especially early. The cold wind was like a blade and snow flew everywhere. The world was covered in silver. With the passage of time, Zi Chen's incident finally died down. After the heat, it was lonely and cold. In this winter, many people felt very cold. There was nothing to talk about after a meal. Nothing new had happened in the 7 cities and the 3 powers. As for the matter of Zi Qin, practically everyone knew it by heart. Even if they said it, no one would be willing to listen. Occasionally, there would be people guessing where Zichen was. The Chun family had been exterminated. They had become a family that had offended a monster and disappeared. They had become a passerby. Whether or not this matter had been done by Zichen remained to be verified. However, some people had heard that those people who had ridiculed the three powers and instigated the killing of Zichen had come from the Chen family's death warriors. Back then, Wang Jinwei had said that once he found them, he would exterminate their entire family. In this cold winter, in this endless mountain range, there was a thatched hut covered in snow. It was very lonely. The world was covered in silver, and the thatched hut was lonely. The only companion was the cold wind. This was a rare open space in the mountain range. It was hundreds of square meters, and the ground was covered in pure white snow. In the distance, ancient trees towered into the sky. The cold wind whistled past, and occasionally a few snowflakes would fall from the branches and leaves, making puffing sounds. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a golden light shot out of the forest. It was very fast, like a golden bolt of lightning. This was the third of the 9 fleeting lightning strikes, and it looked like a beam of light when it appeared. With a flash of light, the golden light stopped in front of the thatched hut and turned into a figure. It was a young man in his 20s. His handsome face was filled with determination, and his pitch-black eyes were exceptionally bright. It was Zichen, who had disappeared for over half a year. He hadn't followed Su Long out of the southern region to join the Martial Heaven Alliance. Furthermore, Su Long had no intention of taking Zichen with him. After leaving Songli City, they didn't linger for long. Su Long took Su Mengyao and left in a hurry. However, when Su Mengyao invited Zichen to the Floating Mist sect, she was rejected by Zichen. After the battle in Songli City, he understood that he could not entrust his life to others. After his injuries had completely healed and he had gone through a life and death battle, his potential had been stimulated. Zichen had already reached the peak of the second heavenly layer. After experiencing the heavenly tribulation, his strength had once again broken through. After that, Zichen had gone to the Qin family. He had learned from Miao Kong that those people who had caused trouble back then were from the Qin family. As a result, the Qin family was exterminated. Next, Zichen headed north, away from Songli City. He bypassed the ruins and found a large mountain range, where he calmly cultivated. This place was relatively close to Yongqi City, so it would only take a few days to reach there. Back then, he had obtained the 5 monstrous geniuses, spatial rings. There were quite a few yuan stones inside, so Zichen didn't need to worry about running out. And so Zichen went into seclusion for over half a year, wholeheartedly cultivating. In his mind, the lightning youth had successfully evolved the 3rd flash of the 9 fleeting lightning. However, there was no 4th flash. Zichen's guess was that this was the lightning youth's limit. Furthermore, the 3rd flash's speed had reached a true limit. Ordinary people wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to Zichen in the air. In his imagination, the lightning youth was omnipotent. He was able to use all the killing techniques of the various great clans, and he was able to comprehend the true essence of each of them. However, he was unable to use the yin-yang art. This made Zichen somewhat disappointed. In this half a year, Zichen's strength had once more increased. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. He wasn't far from breaking through. As long as he cultivated diligently for a few more days and refined some yuan stones, he would be able to break through to the 4th heavenly layer. After escaping, his strength had once again increased. Everything was progressing in a good direction. However, the only bad thing was that Elder Mo seemed to have consumed a lot of energy in the last battle. More than half a year had passed, and there were still no signs of him waking up. Outside, the cold wind whistled. Zichen walked into the thatched hut. The footprints he left behind were quickly covered by the wind and snow. Inside the hut, Ziqin took out the Yuan stones and operated the yin-yang art. His body emitted a golden light as he began to refine them. After the last battle, Ziqin's comprehension of the fusion of yin and yang had deepened once more. The number of times the yin and yang clashed had clearly decreased. 3 days later, there were many yuan stone fragments on the ground in front of Ziqin. At the same time, Ziqin opened his eyes, which flickered with light. I can break through to the 4th heavenly layer now. Walking out of the thatched hut, the wind and snow had already stopped. Sunlight sprinkled down, bringing some warmth to the cold winter. Ziqin turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the depths of the mountain range. He wanted to find a place to break through to the 4th heavenly layer. Half an hour later, Ziqin found a relatively open area and prepared to face the lightning tribulation. Rumble. The sky was blue and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. However, the deafening sound of rolling thunder resounded throughout the entire mountain range. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky. This was the true might of the heavens. It pressed down on the mountain range from the sky. Some hibernating beasts were directly awakened and were terrified. As for the monsters in the depths of the mountain range, they roared uneasily. Boom! Silver light shone between heaven and earth. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down with terrifying power. This time, it was the 4th lightning tribulation. If Ziqin's calculation was correct, there would be 36 bolts of heavenly lightning, each stronger than the last. Pum! Ziqin flew up into the sky and turned into a flash of lightning. He used his golden fist to shatter the lightning bolts. Then he absorbed the lightning energy to refine his body. Inside his body, golden qi and blood soared into the sky, dyeing the horizon. Surging energy surged. Bang! The second bolt of lightning was also shattered by Ziqin. He was like a golden-armored war god with unparalleled combat strength. He didn't even take the heavenly lightning seriously. He shattered it with a single punch. Boom! The heavenly lightning was violent and even more powerful. The rumbling sound spread hundreds of miles, shaking the endless might of the heavens. Bolt after bolt of heavenly lightning struck down with terrifying auras. The beasts in the mountain range trembled in fear, while the monsters roared uneasily. During this period, Ziqin struck out with extreme yin, extreme yang, and all kinds of combat skills. He tested their power under the heavenly lightning. At the same time, Ziqin's body shone brightly as he bathed in the lightning. Using the heavenly lightning energy to refine his body was also a transformation. His perfect body would become stronger after experiencing the baptism of the lightning tribulation. The golden will become even more resplendent as it experienced the lightning tribulation with Ziqin. Every time it experienced the lightning tribulation, it became more crystalline and resplendent. As for Ziqin's will, it also became stronger. Rumble. There were a total of 36 bolts of heavenly lightning in the 4 lightning tribulations. In the beginning, they fell one by one, but in the end, they all fell together. A lightning chain appeared in the world and pierced through the entire world. Rumbling thunder sounded as the heavenly lightning energy wreaked havoc. The golden light around Ziqin became even more resplendent. His combat strength was unparalleled and his physique was astonishing, but he was still struck by the heavenly lightning until his body emitted smoke and his bones emitted cracking sounds. The lightning tribulation was terrifying. Every time it appeared, it was fatal. This meant that the world didn't tolerate it and that it couldn't obtain the recognition of the world. However, once one successfully transcended it, the benefits were immense. It could be considered a transformation. All the heavenly lightning struck at the last time, nearly killing Ziqin. Many of his bones shattered, and his body was pitch black. He had suffered a great deal of damage. However, after Ziqin successfully withstood the lightning tribulation, a boundless vitality emitted from his body. His bones emitted cracking sounds as his charred skin fell. His new skin was as smooth as jade and emitted a resplendent glow. Every lightning tribulation was a transformation, with his strength breaking through and his perfect body becoming stronger. Zichen's combat strength became much stronger. At some point in time, the blue sky was filled with clouds. The golden sunlight was blocked as large snowflakes drifted down again. Seeing snow again, Zichen seemed to recall the scene from several years ago. A cold dagger stabbed at his heart. Fate made fools of people. Zichen, who had survived the calamity back then, had such means a few years later. Even the Nimbus martial ancestor's grand elder had died at his hands. After that, Zichen returned the way he came. He was in a good mood after his strength breakthrough. However, when he returned to his residence, he realized that the straw hut was gone. The ground was filled with straw that had been blown up. The bedding was thrown all over the ground, and there were a few large footprints on it. It was a mess. What happened? Zichen frowned. This place was desolate and uninhabited. The nearest village was 50 kilometers away. Furthermore, it was winter, so it was impossible for hunters to come here to hunt. However, at this moment, looking at the mess in front of him, it was obvious that someone had arrived. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, several figures flashed in the distance. They were extremely fast and arrived in front of Zichen in a few breaths' time. There were 4 people. They split into 4 directions and surrounded Zichen. Waves of energy surged as an aura locked onto Zichen. It was you who destroyed my hut. Zichen looked at the 4 of them. However, he was even more puzzled. The 4 of them were very strong. All of them were at the true energy realm. Furthermore, from the surging essence energy on their bodies, 3 of them were at the 6th firmament. The last one was even stronger, at the 7th firmament. Such a person had come to this dense forest and destroyed his straw hut. Zichen could not understand. Brat, this is a desolate place. Why did you build a straw hut here? The leading 7th firmament powerhouse asked coldly. Since this is a desolate place, then why did you come here? Zichen retorted calmly. Cut the crap. You just have to answer whatever we ask you. It's not your turn to ask questions. One of them was dissatisfied and shouted coldly. How overbearing. This is a desolate place and no one cares. I can live wherever I want. Are you going to care about that too? Zichen sneered. Brett, you dare to speak like that? You're courting death. The 6th firmament cultivator beside him had a murderous look in his eyes. Third brother, don't be agitated. Let him recognize the person first. The 7th firmament powerhouse said, Brat, open your dog eyes wide and see if you've seen this person before. The young man called Third brother took out a portrait and spread it out. In the portrait was a handsome young man with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be very happy. Never seen him before. Zichen glanced at it and shook his head. Chapter 288. Zichen's casual reply made the leader's expression turn unfriendly, and a chill appeared in the air. At the same time, Zichen felt the sharpness on his back. Obviously, the 3 people behind him also had cold gazes. You don't even need to look. I know you haven't seen it before. A trace of killing intent appeared in the leader's eyes. These people were not easy to deal with, and they were very strong. I've been here for half a year and I haven't seen a single person. Apart from beasts, there are only beasts. If you're looking for beasts, I might be able to help. But if you're looking for people, you've come to the wrong place. You should go to Yongqi City. There are more people there, Zichen said calmly. Kid, do you know the price of lying? The 6th celestial layer man who spoke earlier said coldly, Why would I lie? You'll have to compensate me later. How could I lie? Zichen smiled slightly. Loss? What loss? The few people were startled. My thatched hut and these bedding can't be used anymore. Of course, you have to compensate me for my loss. I won't ask for too much. Just 1,000 primary stones will do. Zi-Chin said with a serious expression. Ha! A loud laugh sounded. Don't ask for too much. Just 1,000 yuan stones. The others also laughed. That's right. If you didn't do it on purpose, I'd compensate you at the original price. But you obviously did it on purpose, so I'll double it, Zi-Chin said seriously. The few people laughed after hearing that. One of them laughed so hard that his waist was bent, and he was holding his stomach. He was about to have cramps. Did I hear wrongly? Ha! Someone actually wants us to compensate and double it. Third brother, you didn't hear wrongly. That's what he said, ha. That's funny. In the entire southern region, there's still someone who dares to ask us for compensation. And it's 1,000 times more compensation. The few people laughed and looked at Zi-Chin as if they were looking at a dead person. Good. I haven't seen such an interesting guy in a long time. Well, since he asked, I'll compensate him. The man who was called Third Brother stopped laughing, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. He held a long blade in his hand, and a cold light flashed as he walked toward Zi-Chin. Didn't you want compensation? The man's eyes flashed coldly. Third brother, remember, don't kill him at once. That's right. He's such an interesting guy. We should torture him for a while longer. How dare you make us laugh? You have to compensate for our losses. Pay with your life. The other 3 wore mocking looks on their faces as they crossed their arms. Clearly, they were prepared to watch a good show. That's right, it's 1,000-fold compensation, but I've changed my mind. Your attitude is too vile and insincere. I want 2,000 yuan stones. Zi-Chen's expression also became unfriendly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Very good. You have a backbone. I like it. The man stepped forward. His long blade flickered as he said, How about I pay with your life? As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling brilliance appeared. The long saber in his hand had a cold gleam as it slashed toward Zi-Chen's head. Streams of origin energy coiled around it as a terrifying aura surged. He wasn't trying to cripple Zi-Chen at all. He was trying to kill him. Of course, but 1 life is not enough. I want 4. Zi-Chen sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He extended 2 fingers that seemed to be made of pure gold. The golden light shone brightly as they met the blade light. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Fan actually used his fingers to block the attack, the disdain in the man's eyes intensified. His killing intent exploded as he activated the long saber once again. Clang! A strong wind whistled as his black hair danced in the wind. A sonorous sound rang out. When the saber light was 2 inches away from Zi-Chen's face, it was clamped between 2 fingers. It could not move an inch. You. The man paused for a while. His long saber still did not move an inch. His expression changed instantly. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. He was about to let go of the long saber and quickly retreat. 4 lives. I'll take 1 first. Zi-Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He used his 2 fingers to clamp down on the saber, and the saber snapped in half. At the same time, the broken tip of the saber shot towards the man's neck. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Puff! With a soft sound, the cold light pierced through the man's throat. The latter's face was filled with shock. He was still holding half of the long saber in his hand. After taking a few steps back, he fell down. Third brother. Everything happened too fast. In an instant, the winner had been decided. The people who were still holding their shoulders and waiting to watch a good show finally reacted and roared. Give me back my third brother's life. Die. As the cold light flickered, 3 rays of light rushed towards Zi-Chin. Their killing intent was awe-inspiring. The wind was blowing and the snow was swirling. The bone-chilling coldness was raging. It was extremely cold. Swoosh! Under Zi-Chen's feet, A golden light flashed as he moved at top speed. He took a step forward and appeared in front of a man in the blink of an eye. A ray of golden, sword chi, shot out from his hand. The golden light was dazzling and filled with killing intent. Puff! The golden light flashed and blood splashed. A human head flew up in shock and fear. A column of hot blood soared into the sky, melting the snow in the sky like a rain of blood. Second brother, second brother. In the blink of an eye, another person had died. The golden light flashed again. It was still the top speed of the world. The two only saw a blur in front of their eyes before a dazzling light appeared in their pupils. One of them couldn't help but close his eyes. Puff! The golden sword chi pierced through his forehead like a blooming blood flower. The cultivator fell backward and closed his eyes, never to open them again. After 3 attacks, 3 of the 4 had died. Only the leader was left. However, at this moment, even the strength of the 7th sky of true essence did not give him any confidence. The speed of the young man in front of him was very strange. He could only see a blurry shadow. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Pang! At this moment, a strong force attacked from behind. Ziqin had already arrived behind him. Go die! The man roared and waved the long blade in his hand. The yuan qi in his body poured into the long blade and slashed behind him. A terrifying blade light appeared. However, what greeted him was a golden fist emitting a dazzling golden light. It shattered the long blade with an unstoppable force and then punched him in the chest. Puff! Blood splattered. The man flew back more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. He couldn't help but cough out another mouthful of blood. It was like a bloody plum blooming in the snow. Who on earth are you? The man's face was filled with shock as he looked at Ziqin in horror. Ziqin stepped forward and stomped on the man's chest. Under the force of the stomp, the man's sternum cracked. Ziqin turned around and asked coldly, Speak! Why are you looking for Tian? Tian, nie Tian. The man's expression changed. The man in the portrait was Tian. Ziqin naturally knew him. Nonsense. Just answer my question, Ziqin said coldly. The man let out a shrill cry. Humph! Since you know Nie Tian, you must be one of the survivors. Very good. Young Master Gung will not let you go. The man's eyes were filled with hatred. Gung Lu Letian City. Ziqin's eyes flashed. Brat, just wait for your death. Our experts will be here soon. At that time, not to mention you, even Nie Tian will die. The man's eyes were filled with hatred. What is going on? Speak in detail, Ziqin asked coldly. In your dreams. The man clenched his teeth, his face full of hatred. Puff! A golden light flashed, and a sharp sword chi appeared. An arm suddenly flew up, blood splattering everywhere. The man's arm was cut off. Speak. What is going on? Ziqin's eyes flashed coldly. In your dreams. The man clenched his teeth. Puff! Blood flashed again, and another arm flew up. Ziqin's attack was decisive and ruthless. The man couldn't hold it in any more and shouted. What is going on? Why did Gung Lu want to capture Nie Tian? And why did you come to this desolate place to chase Nie Tian? This could be considered a harsh interrogation, but Ziqin was obviously not good at it. Fortunately, he was ruthless enough to be decisive and merciless. I'll speak. After being tortured to the point where he didn't look like a human anymore, the cultivator finally relented. We are from Letian City. We came here to kill Nie Tian. He is the adopted son of the previous city lord. We want to eliminate him completely. We chased him all the way here, but he disappeared. He should be nearby. Letian City was very chaotic. There were battles everywhere, and the position of city lord was changed very frequently. It was said that there was a way out of the southern region, but it was also the most chaotic place in the southern region. Puff! After knowing everything, a golden sword chi flashed in Zi-Chen's hand and instantly slashed across the man's neck. A line of blood appeared, and the man fell to the ground. Nye Tian. So Tian is called Nye Tian. He is the adopted son of the previous city lord. However, the city lord was killed. He is also carrying a blood feud. Zi-Chen thought of the young man who always had a smile on his face. He had a good impression of Nye Tian. He always had a gentle smile on his face, as if he was very happy every day. Only at night could he feel the loneliness on him. He was like an old wolf licking his wounds in the dark. In the past, Zi-Chen had guessed that Nye Tian was a person with a story. However, he didn't expect it to be a blood feud. Obviously, the smile on his face every day was to hide the sadness in his heart. As for Gunglu, he had mocked him repeatedly in the guest house and was even beaten up by Zi-Chen. His impression of this guy was simply terrible. After that, Zi-Chen searched the bodies of the 4 people. However, he didn't find anything valuable. He only found some source stones. At the very most, there were only a few hundred source stones. Apart from Tian's portrait, there was nothing else. Tian is nearby. I have to look for him. Zi-Chen decided to help Tian. Zi-Chen went deep into the mountain range, searching for traces of humans along the way. He found out from the dead cultivators that Tian was in this area. Moreover, he was being chased all the way and seemed to be seriously injured. In just 3 days, Zi-Chen had covered more than half of the mountain range. The snow was swirling, and many traces had disappeared. Wanting to find a person here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zi-Chen increased his speed. Lightning appeared under his feet, and he was like a ray of light, constantly shuttling back and forth. Another 2 days passed, and Zi-Chen still didn't find anything. Zi-Chen didn't give up. The current him had the ability to save Tian. He had to find him. Boom! Chapter 289. Boom! A powerful energy fluctuation came from the snowstorm, followed by the sound of fighting in the distance. Clearly, someone was fighting. Someone is here. Zi-Chen looked up at the wind and snow and flew towards the direction of the fighting. After a while, he arrived at the scene of the battle. However, he did not see a single living person. There was only a cold corpse lying in a pool of blood, its heart meridian shattered by a palm strike. The ground cracked open, and the snow was trampled into a mess. A row of messy footsteps pointed forward. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, Zi-Chen could see some mottled blood. Clearly, someone was injured and vomited blood. It must be Tian. Zi-Chen thought to himself as he chased in the direction of the footsteps. About half an hour later, Zi-Chen found another corpse. This time, there was more blood on the ground. Zi-Chen used the 9 lightning deaths and rushed into the forest like a bolt of lightning. Puff! Tian coughed out another mouthful of blood. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. After escaping from Letian City, he was seriously injured. After watching the gathering of geniuses, Tian thought that he would be safe after leaving Sangli City and heading to Yongqi City. However, he did not expect to meet people from Letian City. After a fierce battle, Tian was seriously injured, but he managed to escape. After that, he was chased crazily. Tian was born in a mortal family. To be able to walk on the path of cultivation was his greatest opportunity. He had been cultivating diligently. Even without any resources, he still maintained a steady growth in strength. During this period, the effort he put in was several times more than others. The city lord chose a genius to be his foster son and provided endless resources. Tian participated. After an intense battle, he obtained first place. He was considered a dark horse and caused a huge commotion. However, fate made fools of people. Tian, who obtained first place, missed this spot. It was taken by a disciple of a family that supported the city lord. At that time, this matter caused quite a stir in Letian city. Tion could only settle for second place and become a foster son. There was only one word difference between a foster son and a foster son. However, the distribution of resources was worlds apart. Tion could only get 1/10 of the resources of a foster son. Only by removing the word foster could he be considered a true member of the city lord's residence. As for the other forces, although they wanted to rope in Tion, the prestige of the city lord was there. Who would dare to poach the city lord? In these 3 years, Tion had put in much more effort than others. In a short 3 years, he had broken through several levels and become the #1 person of the younger generation in Letian city. He had great battle prowess. Using only 1/10 of the resources of others, he was able to surpass those geniuses within 3 years. Tion's hard work could be imagined. After becoming a monster, it caused a huge commotion. At that time, the city lord had been overjoyed and had personally held a banquet for Tion. At the same time, he had invited all the major forces to personally witness Tion becoming the city lord's adopted son. At that time, Tion was very excited. After becoming an adopted son, he would be able to enjoy endless resources, and his strength would naturally be able to break through quickly. His years of hard work had finally paid off, and he could be considered to have achieved success. However, all of this was just a fantasy. Man's calculations were never as good as God's. On that day, the city lord manor encountered a great disaster. An outsider came to the Gung family and killed the city lord with a single strike. As for the city lord's adopted sons, they were besieged by the Gung family and died one after another. Only Tion relied on his powerful battle prowess to charge out. He was very unlucky. Before he could enjoy the endless resources, he was chased down and forced to flee. Uft! Tion spat out another mouthful of blood, and his vision became blurry. He could not hold on any longer. Looking back on his life, it seemed that there was nothing else besides his own hard work. In this life, good luck had always brushed past him. It was as if he was born to be a person without great luck, and bad luck had always accompanied him. The sound of something tearing through the air rang in his ears. The pursuers were coming again. Tion suddenly clenched his teeth, and blood blossomed from the tip of his tongue. He did his best to clear his mind and quickly ran forward. Bang! When he reached a mountain ridge, Tion finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed in the snow. Tion, you must hold on. Tion roared in his heart. The tenacity that had been nurtured since young had come into play at this moment. He staggered to his feet. Swish! 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 At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Over a dozen black-clothed men appeared and surrounded him. Tion, let's see where you can run to now. Brat, you killed so many of our people. Today is the day you die. The black-clothed men slowly closed in, their eyes filled with killing intent. Kill! Tion let out a roar, causing the forest to shake. He charged at one of the black-clothed men. Like Zichin, he fought with his life on the line. Uft! A sword brushed past Tion's shoulder, leaving a bloody mark. However, Tion's palm struck the black-clothed man's chest, fighting with his life on the line. Tion lived, and the black-clothed man died. Another corpse appeared in the forest. You unlucky brat, you were born with bad luck. Today, even if you grow wings, you will not be able to escape. One of the black-clothed men sneered and charged at Tion. Unlucky brat, unlucky Tion. This was how Tion was addressed. Everyone in Letian city knew this name. This was a person who had not been lucky for several decades. Everyone in Letian city knew about Tion's matter. However, it was not because of his hard work, but because of his bad luck. He had become a laughingstock. Of course, there were also many people who admired Tion. In a situation where he did not have any resources, he was able to become a monster. Other than talent, it was more of perseverance and hard work. Bang! Another strike was sent out. Tion's vision blurred and he nearly fell. However, the tenacity that had been cultivated since young prevented him from fainting. At the same time, every strike he sent out was still ruthless. Another black-clothed man died. Without any resources, he cultivated step by step. Tion's hard work was several times that of others. He had suffered a lot, so he was exceptionally determined. He was like an unkillable cockroach. Uffed! A sharp sword light pierced through Tion's shoulder. Tion roared, his black hair fluttering wildly as he sent the black-clothed man flying. The long sword was pulled out and blood splattered. At this moment, Tion was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. Tion, today is the day you die. No one can protect an unlucky child like you. The black-clothed men charged over, their eyes filled with killing intent. They were very strong. The weakest of them was at the 7th firmament of true essence, and there were a few at the 8th firmament. Even at his peak, Tion was afraid of these people, not to mention the heavily injured Tion. He could not even stand properly. Naturally, he was no match for them. Just as they said, death was only a matter of time. You unlucky child, you are about to die, but you still killed so many of us. However, your bad luck has arrived. Today you are going to die. This can be considered a release. You won't have to suffer in this world, not even having a good day. Rays of light flashed, and a sharp blade pierced through Tion's body. However, Tion also sent out a palm strike on the black-clothed man's head. Another black-clothed man died. At the same time, Tion's figure became unstable. His eyes were about to lose focus, and he nearly fell to the ground. Kill him. He is about to die. Send out a few more strikes, one of the black-clothed men said coldly. Whoosh! However, at this moment, an ear-piercing shriek was heard. A silver light flew from afar, piercing through the air like lightning. It flew towards one of the black-clothed men who was close to Tion. Poof! The silver light turned into a long spear, emitting an ancient aura. It pierced through the black-clothed man's heart. At the same time, the spear carried the black-clothed man hundreds of meters away, nailing him to a mountain wall. The handle of the spear was trembling. One strike had nailed an 8th firmament warrior to death. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. However, at this moment, a golden lightning flew over from afar. Boom! The golden light turned into a human figure. It was a cold young man. He landed on the mountain ridge like a giant. With a stomp, the entire mountain ridge trembled. Then he rushed towards the black-clothed men. The unlucky Tion was about to collapse. However, the moment he saw the golden figure, his eyes that were about to lose focus lit up. There was a desire to live in his eyes. He recognized the other party. Although he was very surprised and shocked, Tion wanted to laugh out loud at this moment. He had been unlucky all his life. Being able to step on the path of a cultivator was his greatest opportunity. Today was the second time in his life that he had been lucky. It was the second time he had met a benefactor. Poof! The golden light flashed. It was unusually sharp. A head flew up. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the mountain ridge red. The newcomer was very fierce. He killed 2 people as soon as he appeared, shocking the others. Who are you? Everyone's expression changed. They were extremely shocked. The yuan qi surging around the newcomer was only at the 4th firmament of true essence. However, his battle strength was very terrifying. He had nailed an 8th firmament warrior to death from afar. The one who will kill you. Zi Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lightning appeared under his feet. He rushed into the crowd like a ray of light. Poof! The golden light was dazzling. A sharp sword chi flashed. Another person died. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the mountain ridge red. Zi Chen's battle strength was absolutely fierce. At this moment, he rushed into the crowd as if he was in an unstoppable state. Seeing the scene, Tian wanted to laugh out loud. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. Moreover, he felt dizzy. Apparently, he had lost a lot of blood and was seriously injured. Boom! The golden light dyed the whole mountain ridge. Zi Chen's powerful attack caused the mountain ridge to shake. Rocks rolled down. The flying snow was crushed in the air. Another person was killed. Why aren't you taking the pill to recover? Zi Chen suddenly shouted. He could feel that Tian was getting weaker and weaker. Tian was startled. Where did he get the pill? Not to mention the pill, he didn't even have a lot of yuan stones. He was embarrassed. Swoosh! At this moment, a porcelain bottle flew towards Atan. Tian caught it. Then, Zi Chen's voice sounded. Hurry up and take it. Then crush it and apply it to your wounds. Tian grinned. He looked very bright, but unfortunately his body was covered in blood. His smile looked a bit ferocious. You only get lucky twice in your life. However, it's enough. The first time made me a cultivator, and the second time saved my life. Chapter 290. The mountain ridge trembled as countless gravel rolled down, smashing into the snow below, emitting popping sounds. Blood splattered as Zi Chen entered an unstoppable state. Golden light flashed around him as he began slaughtering the black-clothed men. Swoosh! Blinding golden light dyed the entire mountain ridge. Above the pure white snow, it was as though a layer of gold was laid on it. The golden light was resplendent. Bone-penetrating killing intent permeated the air as one life after another withered. Uft! Another black-clothed man was penetrated by the sword aura as blood spurted out from the bloody hole. His vision turned black as he fell to the ground, dead. Swoosh! A saber beam descended, bringing with it a terrifying killing intent. It stirred up gusts of wind, causing the snow on the ground to swirl. This was a full-powered saber strike from an 8th firmament cultivator. It was very powerful. Bang! Zi Chen punched out. Golden light flashed as he shattered the saber beam with one punch. The saber was also broken in an instant. At the same time, the punch sank into the opponent's chest. With one strike, the opponent was sent flying and smashed into a distant stone wall, his vitality dissipating. Kill! There were more than 10 black-clothed men, and they were very strong. Streams of elemental energy surged, causing even the space above the mountain ridge to distort. Surging killing intent swept out as terrifying attacks were launched. However, against a monster like Zi Chen with unparalleled combat strength, they could only retreat in defeat. Zi Chen entered an unstoppable state. Under the 9 lightning flashes, he killed without leaving a trace. At this moment, Zi Chen's body was covered in blood. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. The black-clothed men died one after another as though it was a massacre. Hum! A soft tremor suddenly sounded. Following that, a chill appeared from the bottom of Zi Chen's heart. The latter's expression suddenly changed as he dodged to the side like a bolt of golden lightning, using the 9 lightning flashes. Uft! With a soft sound, Zi Chen felt pain under his ribs. A deep bloody wound appeared as blood flowed out from the wound. Even his perfect body could not block this terrifying attack. Spirit weapon. The cold light flew into the distance and finally turned into a small sword the size of a palm. The cold intent was oppressive as it flashed and disappeared. Zi Chen was shocked. He never would have thought that there would be someone holding a spirit weapon among these people. This was a tall and sturdy man who had put away his spirit weapon. Essence force surged around his body, indicating that he was a 9th heaven expert. The next step was the spirit origin realm, where one could fly in the air. The other party put away his spirit weapon, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. His sneak attack had actually failed to kill the other party. Swish! Swish! At the same time, several silhouettes shot over from afar. Only then did Zichen see that the other side had more reinforcements. More than a dozen people appeared, each of them brimming with killing intent. They stared at Zichen as if they were looking at a dead man. "Gungwu, it's actually you." Right at that moment, a Tian who had recovered from his injuries let out a cry of alarm. "Who else could it be but me? You unlucky Tian, today is the day you die." The tall man named Gung Wu's eyes flashed with killing intent. The spirit weapon was in his hands, and he was confident that he could kill the two of them. "Today I'm called Lucky Tian. I won't die. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." At some point in time, Tian had used the snow to wipe away the blood on his face. There was a smile on his pale face. He staggered forward, walking step by step toward Zichen. He said in a low voice, "He's called Gung Wu, Gung Li's elder brother. He's known as a genius and has strong combat strength. He also has a spirit weapon in his hand and is very difficult to deal with. You have to be careful. It's fine. Quickly recover from your injuries." Zichen waved his hand, appearing unconcerned. However, his eyes were fixed on Gung Wu. If the other party had launched a sneak attack on him, he would have been able to kill him in one strike. "Who are you? You actually dare to go against the people of Letian City?" Gung Wu looked at Zichen and asked coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I'm the person who will kill you." Zichen's voice was cold, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "How dare you go against the people of Letian City?" Killing intent flashed in Gung Wu's eyes. "Kill him for me." Bang! Just at this moment, an explosion sounded from the stone wall. It was the place where the ancient weapon had pierced. Following that, the ancient weapon turned into a silver light and flew toward Zichen. Zichen caught it in his hand. With the ancient weapon in his hand, an ancient aura appeared. Silver light flowed on the spear, and it was extremely sharp. "You!" Gung Wu's eyes instantly widened, and a hint of greed appeared within them. "Ancient weapon! You actually have an ancient weapon. Good, very good. I already have a spirit weapon, but I'm still missing a decent close combat weapon. I didn't think that you would deliver one to me so quickly. I can use an ancient weapon right now. No wonder you're so confident and dare to go against us. It turns out that you have an ancient weapon in your hand. Kill! Kill him at all costs!" Gung Wu shouted. Zichen was famous in the southern region. However, not everyone had seen him before, and not everyone had seen the ancient weapon in Zichen's hand. "Kill!" All the black-clothed men roared at this moment. Waves of killing intent filled the air. Rays of light flashed, colorful and dazzling. Another great battle had erupted. A terrifying killing intent swept through the entire mountain range. The mountain range that had just calmed down began to tremble again. Pooh! Zichen's combat strength was already unparalleled. Now that he had an ancient weapon, it was even easier for him to kill people. The spear flashed, spear light constantly spitting out. Almost every strike was able to kill a person. With a sweep of the spear, the silver spear light danced like a silver dragon. In the blink of an eye, 3 people fell to the ground. Blood splattered on the mountain range, melting a large amount of snow. Bang! A long blade slashed towards the back of Zichen's head. A terrifying killing intent surged, but the moment it came into contact with the ancient weapon, it was immediately shattered. The ancient weapon took advantage of the situation, and another person died. Swish! The dangerous aura attacked again. Gung Wu once again activated the spirit weapon and shot towards Zichen. The speed of the spirit weapon was very fast, and it disappeared in a flash. Pooh! Golden light flashed under his feet. Zichen dodged the attack. However, a section of his sleeve was still cut off by the spirit weapon. "Brat, let's see how many times you can dodge." Gung Wu stood in the distance and sneered. He controlled the spirit weapon with his mind and attacked Ziqin again and again. Clang! Ziqin pointed the ancient weapon in his hand, accurately hitting the spirit weapon. In the next moment, the spirit weapon trembled and shot into the distance. At the same time, the spear was like a dragon, pointing to the side. A silver spear light spat out. Pooh! A black-clothed man was pierced through by the spear. At this moment, Ziqin's body transformed into a flash of lightning, shuttling through the crowd of cultivators. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, and the crowd could only see a blurry shadow. Then they felt a sudden pain in their bodies, and their vitality disappeared. Under the extreme speed of his footwork and the sharp ancient weapon, Ziqin was simply carrying out a cruel massacre. Everywhere he passed, the black-clothed men fell to the ground. Atian, who was healing, had shock in his eyes. Although he had expected that the opponent's strength had increased by a lot, he never thought that it would be so terrifying. Swish! In just 3 breaths of time, Ziqin had already rushed in front of Gung Wu. The spear in his hand suddenly pierced towards Gung Wu's throat. Clang! A blade light appeared and blocked in front of Gung Wu. In the next moment, the long blade was cut in half by the spear. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gung Wu quickly retreated. This was a sharp weapon, but it was actually broken in one strike. Gung Wu's face changed. In just 3 breaths of time, 7 or 8 of his subordinates had died, and they didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. Ziqin didn't say a word. He held the spear and stabbed again. A spear light shot out. Hold him for me. I'll control the spirit weapon. Gung Wu quickly retreated, not daring to be careless. At this moment, he planned to control the spirit weapon and use the supreme power contained in the spirit weapon to destroy the enemy. When the others heard this, they also mustered their courage and rushed forward. Pooh! But against Ziqin, under the ancient weapon, no one could take a second move. It was a complete massacre. They were just courting death. The spear flashed past, and a large amount of blood splattered. The bright golden light around Ziqin's body was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Then, the endless silver light turned into a dazzling golden light. The tip of the spear shot out a golden light like a sharp blade, drawing a circle in front of Ziqin. And the cultivator in the golden circle was instantly cut in half along with his weapon. His intestines flowed out on the ground, and he died an unnatural death. In the blink of an eye, all of Gung Wu's subordinates died in the hands of Ziqin alone. Go to hell! At this moment, Gung Wu controlled the spirit weapon and struck out a terrifying attack. A resplendent sword qi containing terrifying killing intent appeared, causing the entire mountain range to tremble and give off rumbling sounds. The sword qi that was dozens of meters long fell towards Ziqin's head with peerless power. Ha! Ziqin shouted. The spirit weapon was activated, and the terrifying attack made him feel that his life was in danger. At this moment, he controlled the ancient weapon to form a perfect defense. Ding ding dang dang. A light sound rang out like raindrops. Ziqin used the spear to continuously attack the sword qi. At the same time, he was retreating rapidly. Every step he took left a deep footprint. At the same time, the mountain range trembled as if a giant was trampling on it. Boom! Boom! Gung Wu laughed, and his will activated the spirit weapon even more crazily. With a terrifying killing intent, it slashed towards Ziqin's head. Ziqin retreated again and again, retreating more than 10 steps. In the end, he let out a roar. Golden qi and blood surged in his body like a dragon waking up, providing him with endless energy. Then the ancient weapon in his hand turned into a golden stream of light and pointed at the spirit weapon. Dang! With a light sound like the ringing of a bell, the spirit weapon was directly repelled and flew into the sky. Kid, you have some skills, but you will still die without a doubt." In the midst of Gung Wu's shout, the spirit weapon that had just flown into the sky once again surged with a terrifying killing intent and slashed towards Zichen. Ripples appeared in the space, and endless snowflakes flew in all directions. How troublesome! A hint of impatience flashed in Zichen's eyes. Golden light flashed around his body, and in the next moment a golden bolt of lightning rushed towards Gung Wu at lightning speed. It was like a real bolt of lightning. Gung Wu, who was controlling the spirit weapon, did not notice the scene at all. By the time he reacted and controlled the spirit weapon to block, it was already too late. The golden bolt of lightning rushed through the space between his eyebrows. "Spirit weapon? I have one too." Zichen sneered. At this moment, a golden light flew back and turned into a palm-sized golden sword. The golden light was dazzling, and the killing intent that flowed was even more terrifying. This was the black blade that he had obtained back then. Su Long had fused the diamond into it and smelted it again, forming the shape of a sword. Chapter 291. Gung Wu fell on his back and let out a final tremble. The mountain range regained its calm. Corpses lay on the ground, and blood danced on the ground. Clang! The flying spirit weapon also lost its control at this moment. It returned to the size of a palm and fell from the sky. With a sound, it fell into a pool of blood. The white snowflakes turned red as soon as they landed. This was a blood-stained land. Zichen's body was covered in blood. A large cut had been cut open on his black clothes. The previous wound had already healed and formed a scar. Tian sat cross-legged, recovering from his injuries and refining spirit medicines one after another. The unlucky Tian was lucky today. He had met the second benefactor of his life and encountered the second opportunity of his life. He had survived a great disaster. Zichen guarded beside Tian. 2 hours later, Tian opened his eyes, looking at the blood-stained mountain range. He still had some lingering fear in his heart, but in the next moment a smile appeared on his face. The smile seemed to be his disguise, hiding all his pain. He only revealed a smile to make others feel happy. "Thanks, Luo." Tian got up. His injuries had not healed, but he could still walk. He smiled at Zichen. "Luo." Zichen frowned and looked at Tian. After breaking through to the quintessential element realm and transforming his perfect body, Zichen could change his aura as long as he changed his appearance. Even Flight's spiritual perception couldn't detect him, but Tian was able to identify his original alias. And at this moment, Zichen was using his real body. Don't be surprised. I don't have any powerful methods. I only saw your eyes. Although you can change your appearance, you can't change your eyes. Tian smiled, his smile very gentle. "Oh." Zichen nodded. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Zichen looked at Tian and asked. Tian bent down and took some of the black-clothed man's bags. "There's food inside. Leave it for the road." Tian raised the blood-stained bag in his hand, still smiling. "Is there no food in your spatial ring?" Zichen asked. Tian was startled. His smile faded a little before he laughed happily. "I don't have a spatial spirit ring. That kind of high-grade stuff is not something I can have. We shouldn't stay here for long. We should take the food and leave quickly," Tian said. Of course. Zichen did not let Tian take the food because he had a lot of them in his spatial ring. Moreover, before this, Zichen had already ransacked them, so there was nothing valuable on them. However, Zichen was very confused. As the adopted son of the city lord, Tian did not have a spatial spirit ring. "Luo, why are you here?" At this moment, Zichen had already taken on Luo's appearance. This was also Su Long's intention, indicating that Zichen shouldn't appear. As for why, Su Long didn't say. "I was cultivating in this mountain range when someone destroyed my house. After asking around, I found out that the other party was looking for you, Zichin said calmly. Thank you. You are really my benefactor. Atian laughed. Right. Why do they call you unlucky, Atian? Could it be that you often have bad luck? Zichin asked doubtfully. This was also a question he had always wanted to ask. Since I was young, no matter what I did, it was very difficult to succeed. No matter how hard I tried, it was still the same. When others went up the mountain to pick herbs, they would return with a full harvest. But when I went, I would encounter a flood and a rainstorm. I would return empty-handed and almost lose my life. I followed some mercenaries to earn yuan stones. It was a path I had walked thousands of times. It was very safe, but as long as you brought me along, the mission would definitely fail. I've made bets since I was young, but I've never won. Even if it was raining, I bet that the sky would clear up in the next moment. Although there were many irresistible factors in other people's eyes, it was all because of me. So, very few people were willing to partner with me. And I was indeed unlucky, so people called me Unlucky Atian. Atian explained with a smile on his face. Atian's fate was very bumpy. He was practically always unlucky, but he had become a monster of Letian City. In a situation where he did not have any resources to be able to have such achievements, it was clear that hard work surpassed talent. It was not easy for me to live a life with resources. Who knew that people from the Gung family would come and kill foster father in one strike? Before I could even get the resources, I was hunted down by the Gung family. Moreover, it was a chase of millions of miles. A rare trace of bitterness appeared on Tian's face. But fortunately, I got lucky again today. You are my benefactor. Although this is the second time in my life that I got lucky, you saved my life. It can be considered great luck. Tian's face regained a smile. No. Zichin shook his head and said, You saved yourself. If it wasn't for the tenacity that you cultivated since young, not giving up and persevering until the last moment, even if I appeared, it would have been useless. So, you are your benefactor. You being able to live today is because of your hard work. Zichin also smiled. Is that so? Haha, according to what you said, it seems my life is not too gloomy. Tian laughed happily. Of course it is not gloomy. Your life will be bright. Of course, before that, I will let you have some fun and be filled with hope. Zichin also laughed. Zichin only had admiration for Tian. To be able to have such achievements without any resources other than admiration. What else could he say? It should be known that when he did not have any resources, Zichin was only at the 4th heavenly layer of true qi. With a flash of light, a spatial ring appeared in Zichen's hand. This is for you. Zichin handed over the spatial ring to Tian. I don't want it. It is too precious. Tian waved his hand to refuse. It might be precious to others, but it is too much for me. It is useless. Zichin laughed. Didn't you say that I am your benefactor? Then let this benefactor be even more precious. Tian finally received the spatial ring. His hands were trembling. He was very grateful. This could be considered the most precious thing he had ever received in his life. Good luck had always accompanied him today. The spatial ring did not disappear after he received it. Everything was real. At the same time, Tian opened the spatial ring. His face suddenly changed. There is a spirit weapon inside. Tian exclaimed. Inside the spatial ring, a spirit weapon was quietly floating. That's Gung Wu's spirit weapon. I have my own spirit weapon, and its quality is very good. I don't have much use for it. Didn't you say that your life is very dark? Then I'll use it to illuminate your life, so that your future days will be filled with sunshine. Zichin laughed. Thank you. The smile on Tian's face disappeared. He was very grateful. The spatial ring in his hand was trembling. Tian knew that he owed Zichin a great favor. You are too courteous. We're friends. Zichen laughed. No. Tian turned his head and said seriously, we are brothers. Brothers who have gone through life and death together. Going through thick and thin together, we should be brothers. The two laughed loudly. After Zichen and Tian left, figures appeared in the mountain ridge. They were very strong. Streams of genuine surrounded their bodies. The one in the lead was Lu Tian City's monster, Gung Lu. They had come here to pursue the corpses. Besides Gung Lu, there was also Yukong. In the mountain ridge, corpses were lying on the ground. Blood dyed the mountain ridge red. Gung Lu saw his brother at a glance. Big brother! With a cry, Gung Lu rushed over. However, Gung Wu's body was already cold. Who did this? Gung Lu roared at the sky, his voice exploding like thunder. The others were also incomparably shocked. Dead, everyone was dead. Not a single person was left alive. Even Gung Wu, who had a spirit weapon, was dead. Sure enough, when they came here to pursue the corpses, what they saw were still corpses. Yukong swept his gaze around, looking at the traces of battle on the battlefield. Then he looked at the wounds of the dead cultivators. After a while he said, this was done by a long spear. It's very sharp. Even a sharp weapon was shattered. Its quality is not inferior to a spirit weapon. The wound between Gung Wu's eyebrows was pierced by a long sword. It seems to be a spirit weapon. Only a spirit weapon could kill him. Yukong analyzed. Moreover, among these people, 3 of them died in Tian's hands. Clearly, someone was helping Tian. As for their strength, it's still unknown. But it's definitely not at the spirit origin realm. Tian, I want you dead. His angry voice traveled dozens of miles away, carrying endless resentment. After dealing with the corpses, everyone followed the footprints on the ground. Tian knew that the people of Lutian City would not let him go, so he sped up. Moreover, Zichen had many good quality pills on him, so Tian's injuries recovered very quickly. By the way, if you knew that the Gung family wanted to kill you, why didn't you run far away? Why did you have to come to Yongqi City? Zichen asked curiously. It was a coincidence. Of course, it could also be considered bad luck. Tian said, I guessed that they would definitely leave, so I hid in Yongqi City. There was no problem at all. But who knew that there would be strange movements in Yongqi City that would attract many people? The Gung family also came, so they discovered me. Strange movements? What strange movements? I don't know either. It said that they discovered some ruins, and there seems to be some inheritance inside. It attracted many experts, and even many monsters rushed over after hearing the news. Tian said. Why don't I know about this? Zichen asked. You were cultivating in seclusion in the mountains, so of course you don't know. Moreover, this news is still a secret. Not many people know about it. Zichen's eyes flashed. He had actually discovered some ruins. This made him very tempted. Any ruins would naturally have treasures inside. Ever since he saw Lu Mingyong take out the spiked club, Zichen wanted to obtain that weapon. Lu Mingyong could use the spiked club to force back ancestor-level experts, so he could use it to intimidate Yukong. He might even be able to kill him with one blow. And the most likely place for such an item to appear was in ruins. Many powers have gone. I originally planned to go as well, but the Gung family caught up with me. Tian said, but fortunately such a ruin appeared. The Gung family's Yukong experts all went there. Otherwise, I would really be in trouble. Where is that place? Zichen asked. He clearly had some ideas. It's north of Yongqi City. It said that it's deep in the mountains and forests. There are many powerful demonic beasts there, and it said that there are even greater demons. Let's go take a look. Chapter 292. Yongqi City was huge. It was a city famous for refining weapons. The black and towering city walls were like large steel ingots, steady and sturdy. Looking from afar, the entire city was like a pitch-black steel fortress sitting on the ground, standing tall for thousands of years. Ziqin and Atian came to Yongqi City. Letian City was a big power, so the two of them naturally wouldn't appear openly. Ziqin didn't mind. He could disguise as a Luo and no one would recognize him. As for Atian, Ziqin used his half-baked disguise technique to change Atian's appearance. He looked a little rough, but also a lot more mature. Is this okay? Atian wasn't used to it. Don't worry. As long as you don't meet a damn monk, no one will recognize you. Ziqin smiled. Yongqi City was very lively, and there were more people than Songli City. However, most of the things sold here were weapons. As expected of a big city famous for refining weapons, even the stalls sold Xiantian weapons. Along the way, there were weapons for sale everywhere. There were all kinds of strange, sharp, heavy, and everything. Ziqin's eyes were filled with dazzling jewels. It was an eye-opener for him. Tian, are you sure what you said is a secret? Why are there so many people in Yongqi City? Walking into Yongqi City, there were many cultivators, and there was no lack of true energy realm. Although he didn't dare to say that they were everywhere, there were at least 3 or 4 of them. This ratio was too scary. One had to know that Yongqi City was famous for refining weapons, and their combat strength wasn't very strong. This should be a secret from more than 10 days ago. Atian hesitated. It was just that, after being disguised, Atian's smile looked very strange. One could imagine that a rough man was smiling gently all the time. Amitabha, benefactors, please wait. Suddenly, a familiar Buddhist chant sounded. Looking towards the voice, a monk with a big belly wearing a kasaya walked over from afar. Damn it, it's that damn monk. Ziqin's face changed. He just said that the damn monk shouldn't appear. He didn't expect to see him as soon as he entered the city. Let's go. Ziqin signaled Atian to leave quickly and ignore the other party. Atian didn't know why, but he was very obedient and followed Ziqin. Benefactors, please wait a moment, the monk continued to speak. He had kind eyes and brows, looking like an enlightened monk. However, Ziqin knew his true nature. He was simply an evil monk. Moreover, he was an evil monk. Although he had the word good in front of him, he only did evil things. Ziqin was even faster. Light flashed beneath his feet as he pulled Tian away. Benefactor, please wait and listen to this old monk. At this moment, a golden light flashed and blocked in front of Ziqin. The monk's speed was still as sharp as ever. Atian looked at the monk warily. May I know what business you have with us, great teacher? Why are you blocking our path? Ziqin pressed his palms together and spoke with a strange tone. Benefactors, you're so fast. This old monk has a hard time catching up with you. The monk smiled and looked dignified. However, he was too young and couldn't be compared to this old monk. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Ziqin and then at Atian. Damn it, this damn monk still hasn't given up looking for me. I'm outside the southern region. Ziqin cursed in his heart. According to the news, everyone guessed that Ziqin had left the southern region. May I know why great teacher is blocking our path? We still have important matters to attend to, Ziqin said. I can see that the 2 benefactors have a dignified appearance and are extraordinarily handsome. Clearly, you are not here to sightsee in Yongqi City. This old monk has something here that might be of use to the 2 of you. The monk smiled mysteriously. Damn it, liar. Ziqin cursed in his heart, but said on the surface, Sorry, we have important matters to attend to. We're not interested in what great teacher is talking about. After that, he pulled Atian and was about to leave. Benefactors, please don't be impatient. This thing of mine is definitely useful to the 2 of you. It's fate that we met today. I'm giving it to the 2 of you. The monk pressed his palms together and smiled. I'm just giving it to you. Zi-Chin sneered in his heart. Of course, there will be a small fee. After all, this old monk needs to cultivate his spirit in the mortal world and needs the 5 grains to cultivate his body. Buddha is merciful, but he also needs incense oil. The monk was young, but he acted like an old man. Liar. Zi-Chin snorted and turned to leave. However, he was extremely disdainful in his heart. After so many years, he was still using the same trick. Did he have any other tricks? Benefactor, please wait. It's fate that brought us together. Why would I lie to you? You'll know whether or not you're interested in this. The monk stepped forward again and stopped the 2 of them. Then he mysteriously took out an item from his chest. This made him look like a thief. It can't be the firmament palm again, right? Zi-Chin sneered, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Last time, there was a page of the heavenly book in the firmament palm. What about this time? Zi-Chin was disappointed. What he took out was a soft, paper-like item. It was wrinkled and emitted a yellow light as if it would rot in the next moment. It was crooked and twisted, like a tadpole. There were some things written on it. What is this? We don't need it. Zi-Chin waved his hand in disappointment. No, this is a map. Tian suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, then quickly covered his mouth. This is a map. Monk, where did you get this map? Tian was shocked. He lowered his voice and asked hurriedly. Amit Ba, this is something that this old monk obtained after a narrow escape. Unfortunately, this is a very dangerous place, and something like a cemetery. This monk is a monk, so naturally I can't do such a heartless thing. Seeing that we are fated to meet today, I've decided to give this thing to you. The monk put his palms together, looking like an eminent monk who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. Zi-Chin knew what kind of character the monk had. He didn't believe him at all and wanted to beat him up. Now that he was much stronger, he was confident that he could fight the monk. Is that so? Then, Master, how much should we donate to get it? Tian was smart. He knew that he shouldn't ask how much money he would give, but how much should he donate? Looking at the map, Tian's heart was beating fast. He felt that his good luck had come. For more than 20 years he had been unlucky, but after meeting a benefactor, good luck often accompanied him. This map was the map of the ruins. Tian saw the familiar forest. He could recognize it at a glance. It was emitting a yellow light and had an ancient aura. It was obvious that it had just been unearthed. Amit Ba, 10,000 vitality stones is enough. The monk smiled. What? Tian was shocked. 10,000 vitality stones? He didn't even have 1,000. But he was sure that this thing was definitely worth 10,000 vitality stones. It might even be worth 100,000 or even 200,000. Then he looked at Zi-Chin for help. I don't understand this thing. It's useless. Let's go. We have more important things to do. Then Zi-Chin ignored Tian's gaze and dragged him away. This is good stuff. If we don't want it, we can sell it for a high price. Tian was anxious. This was great luck. How could he miss it? No matter how good it is, we can't use it. We won't do such a heartless thing. Zi-Chin ignored Tian and dragged him away. No, it's just 10,000 vitality stones. Can't you just take it out? Tian continued. When the monk heard this, his eyes lit up. It's just 10,000 vitality stones. The monk nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Although 10,000 vitality stones isn't much, it's meaningless to buy a rag. Let's go. Zi-Chin dragged Tian away. Benefactors, please wait. The monk chased after them. The smile on his face was already blooming. No need. Monk, please go back. We don't have vitality stones and can't afford it. Zi-Chin's feet flashed as he pulled Tian away. Benefactor, it's fate that brought us together. Since Benefactor doesn't have primordial stones, this old monk will give this to you as a gift. Consider it a good karma, the monk said. His expression was solemn, and his voice always sounded behind Zichen. I don't deserve it. Monk, you should find someone else. Zichen was even faster. Although it wasn't extremely fast, it wasn't slow. It's karma that we met. If there's a cause, there's an effect. Only by giving this to you can I end the karma. The monk moved forward step by step, but it was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch, following closely behind Zichen. At the same time, Tian stopped arguing about buying the map. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were very fast. In just a dozen breaths, they arrived at a relatively secluded place. Zichen seemed to be in a panic. He pulled Tian and turned around. But suddenly, he realized that there was no way out. He was stunned. When he was about to fly, the monk was in front of him. Amitabha. The monk came in front of Zichen. He put his palms together and looked solemn. It was such a familiar scene. In the past, the monk also forced himself into a corner and broke all the bones in his body. It seemed like today's scene was going to happen again. Monk, do you have any advice for stopping us? Zichen had a mocking look on his face. It was such a familiar scene. But this time, Zichen had the initiative. It was another confrontation. I've decided to give this to you. The monk took out the map. Then give it to me. Zichen's eyes flashed. He reached out to grab the monk, but he grabbed nothing. The monk was obviously prepared for it. Damn you, bald monk. So you still haven't given up. Zichen sneered. After today, he was strong and he was naturally not afraid of the monk. Although he heard from old Amo that the monk's cultivation technique was very strong and he was very strong, he probably didn't use his full strength in the battle with Li Hao. But Zichen could kill Li Hao when he was at level 2. Now that he was at level 4, he was confident that he could fight the monk. I'm a monk, not a bald monk. The monk said solemnly, I've long known that you had bad intentions. I didn't expect it to be so. Bald monk, you know how to read fortunes? Let's see if you're the unlucky one today, or if I'm the unlucky one. Of course it's you, benefactor. Evil can't win against good. The monk's eyes flashed with a smile. Good. Evil can't win against good. Then I'll be evil today and see if I can't win against good. As soon as he said that, Zichen's eyes flashed coldly and he threw a punch at the monk. Boom! Chapter 293. Zichen and the monk met once again. It was a very similar scene, except that Zichen was the one who suffered back then. His bones were shattered and the Inferno sword was taken away. Zichen clenched his fist and struck out with a powerful strike. The air emitted an ear-piercing screech. There was no need to hold back when he saw the monk. He went straight for the kill. This evil monk had caused trouble for him several times, forcing him into a dead end. Amitabha. The monk's body was shimmering with golden light. He looked solemn as he chanted a Buddhist proclamation. He did not dodge Zichen's attack and was prepared to take it head-on. Bang! A dull sound came from the remote alley, causing the ground to tremble. Zichen's body swayed as he took 2 steps back. On the other hand, the monk did not take a single step back. He still had a benevolent smile on his face. Nice, bald donkey. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Zichen's eyes flashed with astonishment. Although his attack was not at full strength, it was still not something that could be blocked by an ordinary genius. However, the monk was able to block it so easily. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person. Amitabha. Patron, you indeed have evil intentions. Fine, our meeting today is a kind of fate. I'll send you off and end your karma. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and be saved. The monk's expression was solemn as he chanted another Buddhist proclamation. A faint golden light surged around him as he struck out at Zichen. Zichen sneered. This damned monk was still trying to use words to deceive him. However, this also proved that Zichen did not recognize him. If he had recognized him, He would have been so angry that he would have jumped up and down. Ziqin similarly charged forward. Golden light flickered around his body as his perfect body provided him with energy to deliver a terrifying strike. Pum! A dull sound was heard again, causing a violent tremor. The two of them engaged in an intense battle like bolts of lightning. Clang! Both of their bodies were terrifying. Golden light shone resplendently. Once they clashed, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was louder than the sound of weapons clashing. Bald donkey, your strength is only SOSO. Ziqin sneered, deliberately provoking the other party. This old monk is a monk, not a bald donkey. The monk was still pretending. His appearance was dignified and golden. Bang! The two of them clashed fiercely and retreated. Unknowingly, the two of them had already used 80% of their strength. At this moment, when they separated, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. It seems that this old monk has underestimated the benefactor. It turns out that benefactor's strength is so strong. Then, this old monk has offended you. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Bah! You damn bald donkey, don't give me that face. Fight if you have the ability. Hand over the map if you don't, Ziqin said viciously. Buzz. Golden light flashed around Tyrant's body. A golden finger shot out towards Ziqin. Since Benefactor is so stubborn, then this old monk will use his full strength. As soon as he said that, the golden finger's light intensified. It was golden and looked like it was cast from pure gold. It was extremely sharp. In Ziqin's body, his qi and blood kept circulating. The perfect body was displayed. Streams of energy surrounded his fingers. The resplendent golden light was in no way weaker than the monk's. The two fingers made contact in the air. Bang! This time, an even louder sound was heard. The ground trembled and a golden ripple spread, 3 meters away. This was the entrance of the alley. There were houses all around. The two of them had compressed their energy to a point and did not release it. Don't underestimate the 3-meter ripple. Once a cultivator was swept into it, they would immediately be killed by the ripple. The two of them were evenly matched. This time, the monk's expression was no longer calm. As for Ziqin, he also knew how powerful the monk was. He actually blocked the attack of the perfect body. Buzz! With a slight tremble, the monk extended his entire right hand. The golden light was resplendent like a huge fan. It flickered with golden light and struck at Ziqin. A strong wind whistled as terrifying energy circulated. The great strength Vajrapalm was a profound Buddhist combat technique. Green Peak Seal. A mountain-like aura circulated in Ziqin's palm as he fused the Green Peak Seal with his palm. Boom! This time, even the compressed energy produced a long-range collision. The entire ground at the entrance of the alley kept shaking as a loud sound spread far and wide. Pow! Sensing that the other party was extraordinary, the two of them stopped probing. At that moment, the more they fought, the stronger they became. They no longer held back. Powerful combat techniques were compressed within a few meters. Each attack was more terrifying than the last. In Ziqin's body, the perfect body constantly provided energy. Although the golden qi and blood didn't soar into the sky, they weren't weak. However, the monk was able to dodge them. He was very strong. Loud sounds kept sounding and spread into the distance. This attracted the attention of many cultivators, but they didn't dare approach. Who's fighting? It seems to be a burly man and a monk. A monk? How can there be a monk in Yongqi City? Many cultivators arrived and pointed at them from afar. Heavens, that's Evil Good Monk, a true monster. What? He's Evil Good Monk? That evil monk who specializes in doing evil things like cheating, stealing, and cheating. He does everything. It's that damn monk. Dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. Clearly, the monk's reputation was bad everywhere. Boom! Powerful energy fluctuations spread out, causing the alley to tremble again. The compressed energy vibrated and cracks appeared in the surroundings. Clearly, the attacks of the two were too powerful. Who is that man? He's so terrifying that he can fight the monk to a draw. I don't know. He's probably a hermit monster from some family. More and more people gathered in the crowd. Some people directly jumped onto the roof to watch the battle. This was a battle between monsters that was rarely seen in more than 10 years. Tian, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Zi Chen transmitted his voice, indicating for Tian to attack. That's not good. 2 against 1. Tian was taken aback. What's wrong with that? This is an evil monk. He's not a good person. He's even worse than an evil person. Besides, don't you want the map? Zi Chen transmitted his voice again, but he didn't stop. He fiercely fought with the monk. The two of them were like 2 rays of golden light, constantly clashing. All right then. Tian was a bit unwilling, but he couldn't stand Zi Chen's stern shout. He could only say, "Evil monk, you have to be careful. I'm going to attack you." Zi Chen's nose almost went crooked from anger. He transmitted his voice. "Why are you wasting words with this guy? Let me tell you, if I wasn't here today, you would have been robbed by this monk." Whoosh! Tian's body flashed and stepped forward after his words sounded. He was also a monster. After joining the battle, it immediately became a 2 against 1. "Benefactor, do you think it's appropriate for 2 people to fight me?" Buddha said. The monk's face was filled with anger. Bang! But before the monk could finish his words, Zi Chen found an opportunity. Using his extreme speed, he flashed in front of the monk and punched him in the head, causing the ground to tremble with the impact. But unfortunately, it didn't break the monk's defense. Instead, it caused Zi Chen's hand to hurt. "You're going to kill him?" Tian was shocked. "Do you think he's someone who'll die? Hurry up and knock him out so we can take the map." Zi Chen rolled his eyes. All right. Who would have thought that this time Tian's reaction would be very fast? He flashed behind the monk and also aimed at the monk's forehead, causing a loud sound. Although it didn't break the monk's defense, it still caused him to stagger and almost fall. "Look at my bald donkey fist!" Zi Chen shouted. He seized the opportunity and flashed forward. His hands clenched into fists. Golden light flashed, and abdomen's true chi surged. Like raindrops he attacked. Bang bang. Bang bang. Fists rained down like raindrops, hitting the monk's head like a drum, causing the ground to tremble. Each strike was like the sound of a heavy hammer. The sound was like the roar of thunder. Ha! Zi Chen was fighting to his heart's content. Today he got back all the humiliation he suffered. Am I seeing things? The monk is being suppressed. What is he doing? Is he beating a drum? What a fierce person. No, it's 2 people. Under everyone's stunned eyes, Tian didn't want to be outdone. He kicked the monk's butt. Under the strong impact, even Zi Chen was almost knocked down. Damn it, the 2 monsters attacked. The monk was suppressed in an instant. He didn't pretend anymore. He let out an exasperated roar. Golden light flashed around his body again. Then a golden light shield appeared. The strongest defense in the world, the Buddhist protective divine skill. Amitabha. Along with a Buddhist chant, a huge golden bell appeared on the surface of the monk's body. The bell seemed to have a physical form. There were runes all around it, forming strange patterns that looked like runes. However, the most eye-catching thing was that there were many bald donkeys with solemn expressions on their faces. They had their palms together as if they were chanting scriptures. Dang! Zi Chen's ferocious attack made a crisp sound when it hit the bell. The bell shook and Zi Chen was bounced back. He took 7 to 8 steps back. Damn it, it's this tortoise shell again. With the protective divine skill, Chen couldn't break through the defense. He was furious. At the same time, he took the opportunity to hit the monk a few times. Tian didn't stay idle either. He attacked the monk from behind. The two monsters, one in front and one in back, caught the monk off guard. When a golden sword was pointed at Chen, another attack came from behind. In short, it was miserable. "Eat my last attack," bawled Donkey. Chen let out a loud shout as the qi and blood in his body surged crazily. All of his strength gathered in his right fist, following which a dazzling golden fist landed on the monk's head. Dong! This time there was an earth-shattering sound. Even the protective light shield started to tremble. The monk in the middle was obviously shaken to the point of dizziness. "Let's go." Chen laughed and turned to leave. He used his extreme footwork. Swoosh! Tian disappeared quickly too. When the monk came out of the alley, the two of them were completely gone. All that could be seen were pairs of petrified eyes. Who was this monk? He was a monstrous genius. Now he was actually beaten up. Although he wasn't injured and the few of them couldn't break through his defense, the few attacks that landed on his head were enough to shock everyone. Amitabha, my Buddha, is merciful. Back then, the Buddha cut off his flesh and fed it to the eagle to resolve karma. Today, I, the good and evil monk, am willing to take a beating for karma. The monk tidied up his kasaya. Golden light flickered around him, and he looked solemn. Chapter 294. This time, even though he did not injure the monk, he was still able to humiliate the monk. Chen was quite pleased with himself. Other than the old monk, Chen was probably the only one in the world who could hit a monk's head. After Tian heard about the monk's deeds, he was extremely proud. In this world, only Tian could kick the monk's butt. Suddenly, Tian screamed and his face turned pale. "What's wrong?" Chen was startled. Map. That's a real treasure map of the ruins. Maybe it can lead us to the treasure in the ruins. Tian's face was very ugly. It's over. I kicked the monk's butt and lost the treasure. It's a huge loss." Tian was very depressed. He thought that his luck had changed, but he was still unlucky. He felt good after kicking the monk, but lost the map. "Look, what's this?" Chen smiled and took out a piece of yellow paper. It was the map. How did you get it?" Tian's eyes lit up. Hitting the monk is secondary. This is the most important thing. Let's go and find a place to study it. Chen took the map and found an inn to study it with Tian. In another place, after Tyrant tidied up his clothes, he called out to another cultivator and said, "Benefactor, you and I are fated. This thing might be useful to you." The monk took out another map that was glowing yellow. This is... The cultivator's eyes lit up and he looked around. When he found that no one was looking, his eyes became very eager. In this morning, the monk met a total of 10 fated people, other than one who was unreliable and stole his treasure map. The remaining 9 fated people were all fated with the monk. In the afternoon, the monk met 20 fated people. However, the total profit was not as much as the 9 fated people in the morning. Sigh, business is not good. The monk sighed and sold all the maps while it was dark. If I wait until tomorrow, it will be even worse. The next day, just as the monk said, business was not good. Almost all the shops on the street were selling maps. Moreover, the price ranged from 100 primeval stones to 1,000 primeval stones. On the third day, when Chen walked out of the inn, the map had become 10 primeval stones per map. Moreover, it was buy one get one free. "Hey, brother, do you want a map?" As soon as Chen walked out of the inn, he bumped into a person who was selling maps. He was instantly dumbfounded. At the same time, a few more people walked towards him. **CK, it's fake. This damn monk." Chen was on the verge of exploding. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his body. This damn monk was indeed unreliable. When Zi Qin angrily returned to the inn, Tian was still cultivating. It had to be said that after seeing Tian, Zi Qin finally understood what hard work was. Zi Qin felt that he was already very hardworking in his cultivation. However, compared to Tian, he was still lacking by quite a bit. Tian's absorption speed was not fast, but he was able to persevere. In these 3 days, other than looking at the map for an hour, he spent the rest of the time cultivating. Tian's success was definitely due to his own hard work. Tian, this is bad. We've been cheated. This thing is fake. Now it's being sold in stacks outside. Zi Qin woke Tian up. He was extremely depressed. How could this be? Tian was also dumbfounded. The news of the ruins' appearance was no longer a secret. Now, even some maps of the ruins had appeared one after another. More and more cultivators gathered in Yongqi City, and each of them was very strong. Moreover, with the arrival of the major forces, everyone was going to explore the ruins again. Why was there a need to use the word again? It was because the major forces had already gone several times, but almost every time they returned in defeat. Tian, we should also go. Zi Qin woke Tian up. On this day, many cultivators left Yongqi City and walked towards the ruins. The group was majestic and there were many experts. Moreover, most of them were in the true energy realm. They were even more powerful than when Zi Qin went to the ruins. Zi Qin, look. Tian whispered. It's him, Gung Lu. Through the crowd, Zi Qin saw Gung Lu. The latter was with a group of experts. There was no lack of spirit origin realm experts among them. However, Gung Li's expression was obviously not good. At this moment, he was sitting on the back of a horse, listlessly. At the same time, Zi Qin also saw a few familiar figures. There was Lu Qin from the Lu family, Zhu Zizong from the Zhu family, and the 2 twin brothers from the Qin family. They were all following behind the major forces. In the past, these monsters did not go. This time, they are going together. Could it be that they are determined to get the things in the ruins? Tian frowned. In the past few days, they had also obtained a lot of information about the ruins. It's possible. Zi Qin guessed. According to the markings on the map, the ruins this time were in the north of Yongqi City. It was a huge primitive forest. It was said that there was a big demon in it, but it had not appeared. The appearance of the ruins was also somewhat coincidental. It was an adventure team that accidentally stepped into it. Moreover, one of them came out alive, which was why the news was spread. The journey was thousands of miles. Everyone was not in a hurry. They walked slowly. After a few days, they finally arrived at the primitive forest. The towering ancient trees were green all year round. However, at this moment they were covered in white snow. Everyone stepped on the snow, 1 step deep, 1 step shallow. We're almost there. I wonder how many people will die this time. That's right. Last time, the Qin family accidentally entered an ancient formation. 50% of the experts they brought died. As soon as they entered the primitive forest, some people began to discuss. There are many formations in the ruins. If you accidentally step on the wrong one, your life will be in danger. Previously, the members of the Lu clan entered an ancient formation and nearly got wiped out. It was only with the help of a forbidden artifact that they were able to break through the formation and escape. The more Zi Qin and Tian heard, the more frightened they became. In the end, they were scared. According to these people, this was a dangerous place. I think you guys are just trying to scare us. If it's really that dangerous, why would you come here? A place where there's no chance of survival. Only the big powers will come here. Someone was clearly scared and said unhappily, "Sai, young man, this is not an exaggeration. This place is not much different from a dangerous place. It's said that it's the tomb of a peerless expert. There are many terrifying things in it. Many experts have died here," an old man said. Then why would the big powers come here to die? That person continued to ask. Are you stupid? This is the tomb of a peerless expert. Although it's dangerous, there are things buried with him. Any one of them can cause a commotion in the southern region. Furthermore, we didn't discover this place by accident. After countless years, the restrictions on this place loosened, allowing the burial mound to rise to the surface. Qin did not think much of it at first. However, when he heard the old man say that it was a tomb and a dangerous place, he felt a chill down his spine. It was as if the air was even colder. Rumble. Before they arrived at the ruins, Qin heard a loud, rumbling sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, deafening to the ears. Then the earth trembled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Many people collapsed to the ground. Not good. Someone entered the ruins and activated the formation. Someone's expression changed. The group sped up. Qin found that the big powers were much more nervous. Last time, the big powers were almost wiped out. This time, they should have brought forbidden weapons. That's right. We just need to follow behind those big powers. While they were whispering, Qin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the forbidden artifact could blast open the formation. He had a forbidden artifact and could still use it one more time. It could be considered a life-saving measure. After traveling for more than 10 li, Qin heard 3 rumbling sounds. This meant that at least 3 groups of people had entered the formation by accident. After traveling for more than 10 li, the coldness in the air became thicker. Moreover, a very oppressive aura appeared. We've reached the ruins. Everyone be careful. When they were still a few li away from the ruins, everyone was on alert. They took out their maps to find the exact route. What? Seeing this scene, Qin and Atian were completely dumbfounded. The two of them had thought that this kind of thing that could be found all over the street was a scam. In a fit of anger, they had directly thrown it away. Who would have thought that it would come in handy at this moment? Why, didn't you buy it? Here, 1,000 yuan stones. A cultivator smiled and took out 2 crumpled pieces of paper from his chest. It was obvious that he picked them up from the ground. However, these things that no one wanted in Yongqi City cost 1,000 yuan stones here. Humph, Tian snorted. 1,000 yuan stones? He would rather die than pay. Moreover, there were so many people here. They could just follow behind a group of people. Following behind the group, the two of them looked forward, wanting to see the true appearance of the ruins. Boom! At this moment, the ruins trembled again. This time, the tremor was even stronger. Following that, screams could be heard. A thick, colorful smoke was spewed out from the ruins and spread between heaven and earth. Those cultivators who were walking in front fell to the ground after smelling the smoke. Not good. This is colorful corpse poison. Seeing the multicolored, poisonous gas, many people cried out in alarm. Then, thump, thump, thump sounds rang out as dozens of people fell to the ground. Colorful corpse poison. It's especially refined corpse poison. It's more than 10 times stronger than corpse poison. Ordinary cultivators will be poisoned to death if they smell it. Qin and Atian saw this scene from afar. Their faces changed drastically. As they breathed, they felt dizzy. Moreover, the two of them saw cultivators fall one by one. Among them, there were many people from large factions. Gung Li's face was pale as he retreated. The black-scaled horse under him fell to the ground and died. Damn it, it's all because of this group of rogue cultivators. Damn it, why did they barge in blindly? After the colorful corpse poison disappeared, there were people from large factions who cursed. However, cursing was just cursing. They still had to walk. As for those rogue cultivators who accidentally triggered the corpse poison, they were already dead. Be careful. Don't run around. Whoever dares to run around will be killed without mercy. The large factions were furious. They had just entered and had not reached their destination yet, but they had already lost a lot of people. P.S. This is the limit of the limit. Moreover, it's not good enough. You can't fight anymore. Chapter 295. This was definitely a dangerous place. The chill in the air became thicker, and there were more corpses on the ground. Zi-Chen and Tian followed behind the crowd. They felt a chill down their spines. After the colorful corpse poison, 2 more groups of people died here. Poof! Another soft sound rang out. The large faction in front had accidentally stepped into the formation. In the next moment, a bright light appeared. It was dozens of meters wide and directly enveloped the large faction. In an instant, the figures of the major factions disappeared, leaving behind a group of cultivators who retreated in fear. "It's the Gung family!" someone exclaimed. Many of the Gung family's experts were enveloped by the light. Terrifying killing intent seeped out of their bodies, making clanging sounds. That's all the Gung family's experts. Several of them were in the air, but they were all swallowed by the formation. It's too scary. Gung Lu is also in there. He's a monster. Will the Gung family be wiped out here? Everyone's expression changed. They had a bad feeling and retreated again. Zi-Chen and Tian retreated far away. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared. The light in the formation began to tremble. Then, as if it was being torn apart by a strong force, it became distorted. After a few breaths, it exploded with a bang. The formation shattered, revealing the Gung family's experts. However, all of them had ugly expressions. Gun Li's face was pale as a ghost. Beside him were several corpses. It's a forbidden artifact. They broke the formation with a forbidden artifact. A dazzling mirror appeared in the air. There were cracks around it. As the formation disappeared, the mirror's light faded and became simple. It was held in the hand of one of the experts. This is too scary. We clearly followed the map. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Why did we touch the formation before we even reached the ruins? Everyone was puzzled. If it happened once, it could be a coincidence. However, it had already happened 3 times. Before they even reached the ruins, they had already stepped on 3 formations by mistake. There was something strange about this. The major factions hesitated. They stopped and frowned. After a while, they gathered together and began to discuss in low voices. They were fully prepared and wanted to retreat. Clearly, they were unwilling to do so. This is a formation from the ancient times. Its power is unparalleled. Unfortunately, there are not many people in the world who can thoroughly study the formation here. These are all ancient formations. They possess unimaginable power. However, it's obvious that the few major powers haven't studied ancient formations much. At the back, people began to discuss again. It seemed that ever since the boundless sect's disappearance and the rise of the other great powers, everyone had focused on strength and ignored formations. As long as they encountered the formation, the various great forces would repeatedly suffer losses. Not good. Zi-Chen's face suddenly changed as he looked at the several forces in front of him who were discussing. He pulled Tian and was about to leave without saying anything. "What are you doing? We haven't reached the ruins yet," Tian asked. "Let's hurry up and leave. We can't go to the ruins anymore. Saving our lives is more important," Zi-Chen said. If his guess was right, the major powers would definitely ask them to scout ahead. At that time, they would be cannon fodder. "All of you lead the way. The people at the back from now on will lead the way." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was obvious that the major powers had discussed and decided to let the rogue cultivators take the lead. "Why? Are you trying to kill us? The few of you have a safe route. Aren't you trying to kill us by letting us take the lead?" Amidst the quarrel, Tian's face changed drastically. He looked at Zi-Chen with admiration. Zi-Chen's reaction was fast. Tian, who was unlucky, was not unlucky today. Stop! Suddenly a cold voice sounded. No one paid attention to it. The quarrel continued. Stop! Both of you, stop right there. A loud shout sounded again. It was Gung Lu. The latter's pale face had a touch of coldness because of fear. Catch them! One by one, silhouettes flew out and grabbed Ziqin and Atian. Oh no, it's Gung Li's people! Atian exclaimed. However, at this moment, they were not the only ones running away. They were not afraid of being recognized. Damn the major powers! Ziqin cursed. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared in front of them. A crazy killing intent swept across the world like a storm. A cold figure stood in the air, blocking all the people who were trying to escape. Yukong blocked the way. Get back! Yukong shouted coldly. His voice was cold, and his eyes were flashing with killing intent. Why? Atian was about to say something, but Ziqin covered his mouth and shook his head. Don't talk. Why? You want to use us as cannon fodder and send us to our deaths? We're not stupid. I want to leave now. Among the people who were running away, a few tough voices sounded. Swoosh! In the air, Yukong's eyes flashed with killing intent. 2 fingers formed a sword and shot out a bright sword chi, shooting towards the person who spoke. The sword chi was very fast and unusually sharp. In an instant, it cut through the crowd. 2 heads fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Ziqin did not say anything and directly retreated. He had seen the behavior of the major powers in Songli City. When the city was sealed that day, they were just as strong. Whoever dared to speak up would be treated as the first bird to be shot down. Moreover, there were so many experts here. Ziqin did not want to expose his identity. It was not a wise decision to rush in and kill. Damn it! Ziqin cursed. He was extremely angry. Elder Mo was very good at studying arrays, but he did not wake up. He was too careless. He should have let Elder Mo wake up first. At this moment, Gung Lu rushed in front of the 2 and said coldly, I told you to stop and run. Go to the front. Hurry up. Ziqin glanced at Gung Lu. What are you looking at? You want to die? Gung Lu shouted. His eyes flashed with killing intent. But he was stopped by someone. The deterrence was enough. If he killed indiscriminately, it would cause a riot. Ziqin and Atian walked at the front of the group. However, they were not the worst. Those who came later, under Yukong's cold gaze, walked at the very front, trembling with fear. One by one, don't all go. Behind them, the Gung family's cold voice sounded. Damn it, this group of big forces is really not good. When there is no danger, they go forward and try to get some benefits. Now that there is a problem with the array, they all hide. Among the cannon fodder, there were curses, but the big forces pretended not to hear. They were going to die anyway, so there was no need to care. Ziqin, what do we do? Let's take one step at a time. I hope our luck is not that bad. Ziqin was helpless. It's over. I am the unlucky Atian. I have never been lucky. You will die if you stay with me. Tian's face turned pale. It's okay. I am the lucky Ziqin. Besides, your bad luck has been swept away that day. Ziqin comforted, but he was not confident. Luck was something that no one could say for sure. At this moment, the rogue cultivators became the real cannon fodder. Under Yukong's strong pressure, everyone had no choice but to accept this reality. Fortunately, they were not far from the entrance of the ruins. As they were cursing, one of the cultivators trembled as he staggered forward. However, he had only made it tens of meters when he stepped into the magic array and was instantly devoured. Everyone's face changed. Look, it's you rogue cultivators who barged into the ruins and caused the array to change. Now, it's up to you to find a new safe path. Before the rogue cultivators could complain about the death of one of them, the big force's voices sounded behind them. Damn it, who is the one who is greedy? There are so many rogue cultivators. If you have the guts, go find those who died." Everyone cursed and swore. After that, they continued to move forward. This time, the rogue cultivator deliberately bypassed this place and walked to the left. After about 100 meters, another array appeared and swallowed the rogue cultivator. And this time, a super large array appeared. It was hundreds of meters in size and almost covered all the paths in front. Everyone's face changed. Had this place become a land of death? Under the urging of the third rogue cultivator, he continued to move forward. But this time he started from the right side of the first array and kept moving forward. When he was 100 meters in front, the large array did not appear. The rogue cultivator walked carefully, but after another 100 meters, the array was activated again. Seeing the rogue cultivators die one by one, all the rogue cultivators' eyes were burning with anger. These big forces were really shameless. They clearly had forbidden weapons, but they did not use them. Instead, they had to use human lives to pave a path. Their lives were important, but were the lives of the big forces not important? After more than a dozen rogue cultivators died, the crowd moved forward a few hundred meters. They were only 200 meters away from the ruins. However, no one dared to force their way through the 200-meter journey. Not even Yukong. From afar, the ruins looked like a huge palace, emitting a gloomy and terrifying aura. It was like a giant mouth of the netherworld that swallowed all life. Obviously, this was not the full appearance of the palace. There were many places that had not been revealed yet. They were either hidden by the array or buried underground. There was a change in the array. The closer they got, the more dangerous it became. Some cultivators were only able to walk a few meters before they were swallowed by the array. Let's see if you'll die. Behind them, Gung Lu looked at Ziqin and Tian and sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Young master, do you want to kill them?" Someone from the Gung family asked in a low voice. "Why do I need to kill them? They won't survive anyway." Gung Lu sneered. At this moment, another rogue cultivator died. Everyone was frightened, but they had to go forward. You go up." Suddenly, Gung Lu spoke and pointed at Tian in the crowd. Tian was stunned. When he saw Gung Li's finger pointing at him, he subconsciously dodged to the side. "Damn it, why are you dodging? I'm talking about you." Gung Lu pointed at Tian, his finger moving along with Tian's movement. Tian continued to walk left and right with an innocent face. Gung Li's finger followed him. "Damn it, you idiot. If you continue to walk, I'll kill you." Gung Lu said, a murderous intent locked onto Tian. Tian stopped, and his expression was extremely complicated. Next to him, the others were gloating. They were all cannon fodder, but they were happy to die a little later. Chapter 296. Tian was hesitating, caught in a dilemma. He would die if he entered the ruins as cannon fodder, but he would also die if he killed Gung Lu. He was hesitating which one to choose. "Yes, you fool. Hurry up," Gung Lu urged him. Tian looked at Gung Lu deeply, turned around, and walked towards the ruins. He couldn't risk it. First of all, not to mention whether he could kill Gung Lu in one blow. Even if he killed him, he would definitely die, but he would also implicate Ziqin. "Let me do it." Tian had just taken a step when he was pulled back by Ziqin, followed by an indifferent voice. "You." Tian stared at Ziqin in a daze, not knowing what to say. "You're the unlucky Tian, and I'm the lucky Ziqin. My chances of survival are higher than yours," Ziqin said telepathically. Tian was very touched. This place was full of danger. Even if one had heaven-defying luck, they could still die. Ziqin actually stood in front of him. The cannon fodder next to them were still gloating. As long as they didn't go forward, anyone would go. "Oh, good brother. Very good. You go. You can go when he's dead." Gung Lu laughed strangely. Ziqin didn't say anything. He took a deep breath and walked forward. At the same time, a powerful consciousness came out of his body, sensing everything around him. He had been using his consciousness to explore before, and could feel the energy fluctuations of summer rays. It could be said that he could sense danger in advance. After about 10 meters, Zi-Chin walked to the place where the cultivator died, and then slowly walked to the left. Every step he took was cautious and careful. "Damn it, you can't walk faster." Gung Lu roared in dissatisfaction from behind. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with Zi-Chen's speed. "You're like a tortoise. Are you stalling for time? Our time is very precious." "Shut up." Zi-Chen suddenly turned his head, his eyes emitting endless coldness as he shouted. His voice was like thunder making a loud noise, startling Gung Lu and causing his ears to buzz. "Are you King asking him to find a way or send him to his death? If you have the guts, come and do it," Zi-Chen said coldly. At this moment, everyone looked at Zi-Chen in shock. He was the first person who dared to insult a major power like this. Of course, in the eyes of many, this was also because he was suppressing too much anger in his heart. No one sympathized with Gung Lu. You let him be cannon fodder and put his life on the line to find a path, and you even complained that he was too slow. You're courting death. Gung Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Come, I'm courting death. Come at me if you can, and I'll slap you to death." Zi-Chin stood still. "You." The killing intent in Gung Li's eyes intensified, but he naturally couldn't step forward. "What about me? If you don't dare to step forward, then shut the hell up. What are you blabbering about? You're King monster. Why don't you just go and die?" Zi-Chen sneered. "You." Gung Lu was furious. He almost jumped up in anger, but he didn't dare to go forward. There were layers upon layers of formations there. If he went forward, he would die. "All right, let's continue our search." At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the air. Everyone could understand Zi-Chen's sudden outburst. After all, he was a person who was about to die. Perhaps he would die in the next second. At this moment, he was purely talking, unlike them who only dared to curse in their hearts. "Hurry up and die." Gung Lu also suppressed his anger and waved his hand, looking very impatient. "You son of a B*TCH, don't talk nonsense in front of me." Zi-Chen was very rude. As long as he quarreled with Gung Lu, he wouldn't leave. Everyone was furious. At this moment, it was obviously unreasonable for Yukong to kill Zi-Chen. Therefore, Gung Lu could only shut up. Gung Lu stopped talking, and Zi-Chen continued to move forward. Swoosh! However, as soon as he took a step forward, he felt the energy around him fluctuating. The next moment, he quickly retreated like a bolt of lightning. Ripples appeared, and a bright light bloomed. Murderous intent spread out, and a formation dozens of meters wide appeared. Fortunately, Zi-Chan dodged quickly and was not affected. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. This was the first rogue cultivator to successfully dodge the formation so far. What a fast reaction! What an amazing reaction! Everyone was extremely surprised, and then their eyes lit up. Obviously, this person was somewhat unusual. Sure enough, those who dared to do something unusual were not ordinary. Ation breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw the formation appear, his heart was in his throat. After a moment, the formation disappeared, and Zi-Chin continued to move forward. This time, he was more careful and cautious. Slower than a turtle. Gung Lu said disdainfully, but it attracted a lot of dissatisfaction. Everyone was afraid. Zi-Chin stopped again and quarreled with Gung Lu. Zi-Chen's consciousness was extremely powerful. After being baptized by lightning tribulation several times, he could sense some things that others could not. At this moment, in the seemingly chaotic place, Zi-Chen's consciousness could see traces of energy fluctuations. Although it was very vague, if he sensed it carefully, he could sense it. Of course, he was not very sure. Just like before, Zichen did not sense it at all, but he stepped on a formation. Suddenly Zichen frowned. Under his spiritual sense, he felt that there was a huge formation here that almost covered the whole place. Some were vague, some were clear, and some were like one formation connected to another. Could it be a chain formation? Zichen's eyes flashed, and then he retreated. Who told you to go forward? Who told you to go back? Gang Lu saw Zichen retreating and shouted again. If you are noisy again, I will drag you into the formation, even if I have to risk my life. At most, we will die together. Zichen turned his head and threatened. Young master, you'd better not talk. Someone next to him whispered. Gang Li's face turned pale, but he remembered Zichen. He thought to himself, if you don't die, I will kill you personally after entering the ruins. Zichen retreated for a total of 20 steps, and then he walked in another direction. Just as everyone was waiting impatiently, Zichen finally reached the end. He was only 10 meters away from the ruins. Swoosh! This time, Zichen's feet flashed, and he directly used his footwork to cross the last 10 meters. He passed. Oh my God, he passed. It's incredible. He passed the last few hundred meters just like that. Could it be that he is a formation master? Everyone was extremely surprised, and they kept exclaiming. Being able to enter the ruins so easily was obviously beyond their expectations. Then, the large group began to move forward. This time the major forces took the initiative to move forward and walked at the front, attracting dissatisfied gazes. Zichen, who was the first to enter the ruins, did not walk around carelessly because there were more formations in the ruins than outside. Evidently, the people who had entered earlier had triggered the formation and caused it to change. In front of the ruins, there was a huge, open space. Relatively speaking, it was very safe. Zichen walked around casually, but he did not go deeper. Let's go. The top floor has already been plundered clean. Let's go to the next floor. After successfully entering the ruins, the major forces were very excited. They rushed in without hesitation. But as soon as they reached the entrance, they triggered one formation after another. Buzz! The void trembled, and formations appeared one after another. Colorful lights almost filled the entire entrance, and the groups disappeared into the formations one by one. This, Tian, who was the last to follow, was dumbfounded and shocked. The people of the major forces were swallowed by the formations just like that. They deserved it. The others cursed. Zichen nodded, agreeing with this statement. They deserved it. Boom. 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 But obviously, the major forces that came prepared would not die so easily. A series of explosions sounded, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread throughout the square. The terrifying aura of forbidden weapons continued to spread. At this moment, a total of 4 forbidden weapons appeared. Boom! The formations were directly blasted open, and the faces of the major forces turned ugly. Among them, the forbidden weapon of the Gang family exploded and was completely destroyed. The major forces turned their heads, and their cold eyes swept towards Zichen. Murderous intent filled the air. Beside them, there were many corpses on the ground. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a formation master. I don't know how to break formations. Zichen glared back. Brat, you didn't tell us that there was a formation here. Are you trying to get us all killed? Gang Lu, who had a stomach full of anger, had a murderous intent in his eyes now. There was a formation there. How would I know? Zichen also said coldly, You were greedy and accidentally barged in. This is my first time here, so how could I possibly know so much? You still dare to quibble? Die! Gang Li's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he rushed towards Zichen. Not far away, the Gang family's Yu Fei looked at this scene coldly. Obviously, he had no intention of stopping this. Gang Lu was a monster. How many young people in the world could be his opponent? Die! Gang Lu roared, and rushed towards Zichen. He then suddenly struck out with his palm. Streams of energy circulated, and the yuan energy of the seventh sky of true essence revolved around his palm. Zichen stood still and did not dodge. He also struck out with his palm. Streams of golden light flickered, and the yuan energy of the fourth sky surged. Boom! With a loud explosion, golden light rippled out and dyed the surroundings golden, blocking everyone's vision. Fighting with young Master Gung Lu is simply courting death. Young Master Gung Lu is a monster. He has the strength of the seventh sky. He's just a fourth sky. He's nothing. Young Master Gung Lu can cripple him with one strike. The Gung family sneered and said disdainfully, thinking that Gung Lu could win. But when the golden light dissipated, everyone's expression changed drastically. They were shocked. Gung Li's entire right hand was deformed. The web between his thumb and forefinger was cracked, and blood flowed out. His pale face was filled with pain. "Idiot," I said, "don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll kill you with one slap." Zichen said coldly, standing proudly. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard continuously. Where did this fierce person come from? How could he be so terrifying? He injured the monster Gung Lu with one slap. Hula! Then the other experts of the Gung family came forward and surrounded Zichen and Tian. Their eyes flashed coldly. "What? Monsters can't win, so you want to gang up on me?" Zichen looked around and said coldly. Chapter 297. In the plaza outside the ruins, Zichen injured Gung Lu with a single blow. His fighting strength was shocking. Even the people from the major forces were shocked. "Kid, how dare you injure young Master Gung Lu?" A group of true energy realm experts surrounded Zichen, all of them looking unfriendly. "He deserves it. All he knows is to be arrogant when he's not strong enough." Zichen said coldly, "Kid, are you courting death?" One of them stared at him coldly. "Why? You guys want to gang up on me? Come at me then. I'll accompany you to the end. I'll kill whoever comes. I'll kill all of you." Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, he did not choose to settle things peacefully. Instead, he was unusually strong. "Don't go overboard. He was the one who provoked us first. He deserves to be injured. Who asked him to be weak?" Tian did not back down either. He was loyal to his friends. "You." The few of them were enraged and prepared to attack. Gung Lu walked forward step by step. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was angry. He had lost all his face today. As a monster, he was injured by a single slap. No matter what, he had to regain his face. "I know him. He's the one who fought to a draw with the monk and then hit him with a stick." "That's right. That's him." Even evil good monk suffered in his hands. His head was hit like a drum, and the monk was almost stunned. That day he hit the monk's head, and the one beside him is strong as well. He kicked the monk's butt. The crowd exclaimed. Someone recognized Zichen and Tian. Then someone mentioned the battle that day. Many of the demonic geniuses' eyes flickered as they felt their minds go blank. They had hit the monk's bludgeon and kicked the monk's, but evil good monk was strong. It was said that he fought to a draw with Li Hao. But ever since Li Hao was killed by Zichen, some people found something strange. The monk had the power of the 6 syllables. It was impossible that he could not defeat Li Hao. As a monster, the monk was the most mysterious one. But now the 2 people in front of him, one hit him with a stick and the other kicked his butt. Since when did these 2 monsters appear in the southern region? Gung Lu stepped forward and was just about to get back some face. But when he heard these words, his face changed and his expression became even more indeterminate. As for the others, their expressions were constantly changing. The evil good monk was very famous. After Zichen killed Li Hao, not only did his reputation not decrease, the monks' battle prowess became even more mysterious. The entrance to the relic is already open. If we don't enter now, when are we going to wait? Someone from the Lu clan said. The previous attack from the forbidden weapon had already blasted open the array formation of the ruins. Now that a cultivator had entered, he was not devoured. Let's go to the ruins. Hearing this, many people turned around and walked toward the ruins. Although both of them were very strong, the ruins were more important. Just you wait. Gung Lu spat out these harsh words and turned to leave. The others also glared fiercely at Zichin. You're dead meat for offending young Master Gung Lu. Those people sneered and turned around to leave. However, they felt apprehensive inwardly. These two were existences whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a monster, so they could naturally kill them. Zichen felt a chill as a cold gaze fell on him. It was Yukong from the Gung family. Damn it. Zichen was furious. Gung Lu was so aggressive, and now even Yukong was provoking him. However, he was still too weak. If he advanced a few more levels, it would not be impossible for him to challenge Yukong. The crowd walked into the ruins, leaving only Atian and Zichin. What should we do? Atian looked at Zichin. Let's go in and take a look. If there's no chance, we'll leave. Zichin said and glanced at the path. In the ruins, it was dark and gloomy. There was a gloomy aura that made people's hearts feel cold. Zichin and Atian walked at the back and saw empty stone rooms. The building material of this hall was very unique. It could be used to refine weapons. It seemed that some of the things in the stone rooms had been taken by the first group of people. Boom! There was a change in the ruins and the array changed. The array that broke through space appeared again, and it was very powerful. Just as they walked through the first floor, Zichin heard a rumbling sound coming from the second floor. A terrifying energy was flowing. Damn it, why is it like this? It must be the rogue cultivators from before. They must have triggered the array and caused it to change. What a bunch of greedy people. From time to time, they could hear curses coming from the second floor. Ah, this is the colorful corpse poison. Suddenly a scream sounded. In the second floor, a bright light appeared and spread across the entire second floor, emitting a dense corpse poison aura. At the entrance of the second floor, Zichin felt a little dizzy and quickly retreated. Atian's face was also pale. This place was indeed a dangerous place. Plop, plop. Similar sounds kept coming, and then a figure quickly flew to the first floor. Some of them just flew out of the passage, and their bodies emitted a colorful light. Then their bodies slowly rotted and fell at the entrance of the passage. This colorful corpse poison, even if it was not absorbed, would adhere to the body and enter the body through the pores. It was very scary. Screams kept coming, and this place was like hell on earth. After a full quarter of an hour, the world returned to silence, and all the corpse poison dissipated. This expert, how ruthless is his nature. When he was alive, he deliberately refined this corpse poison and integrated it into the array. His heart is vicious. Atian was shocked. Just at the entrance of the passage, there were more than a dozen corpses. Moreover, there was no movement below. Don't tell me they're all dead. Zichen's heart trembled, and a chill ran down his spine. This was really a dangerous place. Let's go down and take a look. Atian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered, Zichen, if they're all dead, then we... Atian did not finish a sentence, but even an idiot could understand. If everyone was dead, the two of them would be rich. At the very least, the forbidden weapons prepared by the major forces would be an immeasurable amount of wealth. Stop dreaming, Zichen said. The major forces were called major forces, and they always had some special methods. How could they die? At this moment, those who died were all rogue cultivators. When Zichen and Atian entered the passage, they saw many resplendent light barriers. The people of the major forces were hiding inside, and they obviously had some tricks up their sleeves. Ation was a little disappointed. These damn people, why didn't they die? On the ground of the second floor, there were many corpses. Most of them were rogue cultivators, but there were some who used special methods to block the colorful corpse poison. Damn it, these damn rogue cultivators. The curses were even louder, like rolling thunder, transmitted through the second floor. This was the voice of all the major forces. Rogue cultivators really deserved to die. Greed had become second nature, and they had destroyed all their previous achievements. 1. The sound was transmitted, causing a vibration. A huge array appeared, once again enveloping the major forces. Terrifying sounds of killing rang out. This is the vibration caused by sound waves. How can it activate the array like this? Everyone was speechless. The array here was too strange. Boom! The aura of the forbidden weapon appeared again, surging with terrifying energy. With a sudden attack, everything was destroyed, and the array collapsed and disappeared. This was a difficult path to walk. This time, the major forces came prepared. They had brought several forbidden weapons with them. Originally, they wanted to use them to break the array and obtain the treasures. However, no one expected that the array would change, and one of the forbidden weapons would be used here. Many of the stone rooms on the second floor had been opened. There were also some that couldn't be opened by human strength and could only be opened by forbidden weapons. 1. The light of the forbidden weapon trembled continuously. It was colorful and dazzling. Then a terrifying aura appeared, bombarding the array. The aura of destruction rippled. Bang! A restriction was broken, and a wave of austere killing intent pervaded the air. Inside the stone room, an ancient weapon appeared. This was an ancient weapon. It was not weaker than a spiritual weapon, but it couldn't be controlled with one's will. However, it was very sharp. This was the stone room that the Liu family broke open. Their eyes lit up. This was a rare thing, but it was a waste to use a forbidden weapon to break it open. Clang! A clang was heard, and a sword light in the sky shattered. This was a forbidden weapon. After 2 attacks, it cracked and finally dissipated. At the same time, a bright light rushed out of the stone room and flew outside. This was a green light. It was sparkling and bright, and it was very lively. Catch him! The Qin family shouted. One of them attacked, and a huge palm print appeared, grabbing towards the green light. Pop! With a soft sound, the green light penetrated the palm print and rushed out of the stone room quickly. Chase him! The Qin family's faces changed. Obviously, this was a rare treasure. They attacked again and again. The bright light illuminated the entire second floor. A terrifying aura surged. At this moment, 3 of them attacked in the sky like an inescapable net. Clang! The terrifying attacks landed on the green light, producing clanging sounds and shaking the green light. After a few attacks, the green light disappeared and an object appeared. It was a small sword the size of a palm. Green light flickered around it. It was a spirit weapon. It was full of spirituality and could be considered a great treasure. Swoosh! Before the other forces could react, the Qin family had already put away this spiritual weapon. And from Yukong's surprised face, it could be seen that this item was far from ordinary spiritual weapons. All kinds of lights flashed, and the forbidden weapons kept attacking. But not every stone room had something. The Zhu family broke 2 stone rooms in a row, and they were both empty. They were so angry that they screamed and cursed. Boom! The last stone room was opened by the Gung family. This time they had gained quite a bit. They had obtained an ancient weapon and a spirit weapon. They were considered the faction that had gained the most. When the last stone room was opened, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. They hoped to get an elixir weapon, but then a terrifying killing intent filled the air, and a loud roar sounded. It was like thousands of thunderclaps, and the sound waves surged. At this moment, The entire second floor was shaking. All of the cultivators who rushed into the stone room were blasted out by a powerful force in the next moment. Some of them even died a violent death. There was even one who flew into the air and crashed into the opposite stone wall. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was seriously injured. His face was clearly filled with astonishment. What happened? Everyone turned their heads to look at the final stone chamber. Boom! Chapter 298. Boom! Boom! A huge sound rang out, and the second floor shook violently as if a giant had stepped on it. A tyrannical aura surged out. The heavily injured Yukong's expression changed drastically. With fear in his eyes, he quickly retreated. Pung! But soon after, a huge footprint appeared with a terrifying aura. It stomped towards Yukong, and in the next moment, a crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Yukong was trampled under the foot, letting out a miserable shriek. Save! Yukong's face was filled with fear. Before he could even utter the word life, he saw the giant foot stomping on the ground. Immediately after, a series of bone-cracking sounds could be heard. Yukong's figure had completely disappeared. Only a large pool of blood was left under the giant foot. One strike, and Yukong was trampled to death. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly retreated. Right at this moment, another huge foot appeared. It was covered with beast hair, and each hair was like steel needles, flickering with a cold light. Then, another 2 huge hands grabbed onto the edge of the stone room. With a bit of force, a whole body appeared. It was a giant over 10 meters tall, covered in beast hair. It looked like an old ape, but also like a human. Its lantern-sized eyes emitted a strange red light, and a terrifying killing intent circulated. A tyrannical aura filled the surface of its body. The beast hair all over its body was like steel needles, flickering with a cold light. With every breath it took, a huge wave of chi surged out. This was a terrifying existence that had lived for God knows how long, and could trample Yukong to death with a single step. Retreat, retreat! Everyone's expression changed, and no battle intent rose in their hearts. At this moment, with a forbidden weapon in hand, they were all terrified. So scary! Could this be the ancient giant? Ation's face was filled with shock. Zichen was also extremely shocked, but his eyes were fixed on the pile of flesh and blood in the distance. If he had not guessed wrong, there was an ancient weapon and a spirit weapon in Yukong's spatial ring. Wow! Right at this moment, a light vibration rang out, and a beam of light shot up into the sky, emitting a brilliant light. It was a bracelet, but it was also a forbidden weapon. A terrifying energy fluctuation was emitted from its surface. The people of Lu family had made their move. The dead Yukong was no small matter. The bracelet flickered, and in the next moment it became more than 10 meters long. A terrifying aura circulated on its surface, and after a vibration, it charged towards the giant. Woo-woo! Gusts of wind sounding like the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It carried a terrifying killing intent as it smashed towards the giant's head. Dang! With a light sound, the bracelet was blocked by the giant's fan-like hand. The giant staggered back 2 steps, causing the stone chamber to tremble. At the same time, cracks appeared on the giant's right hand, and traces of blood flowed out. The precious bracelet rolled back, and there were many cracks on its surface. It was clear that it had been used up once, but the result left everyone horrified. The strike of the forbidden tool only injured the giant's hand slightly. It was neither painful nor itchy. Roar! Looking at the wound on his hand, the giant's expression changed. His imperfect facial features became even more distorted, and the red light in his eyes became even more intense. After that, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. A shock wave visible to the naked eye spread from one end of the stone chamber to the other, carrying with it a terrifying sound wave attack. Puff! Puff! Amidst the sound waves, there was a terrifying force of impact that sent the cultivators flying backward. At the same time, when they were in midair, their bodies were split into two as if they were cut by a sharp blade. This sound wave actually carried a materialized attack. The aura of death spread, and the cultivators were blown away. Many of them were snapped in the air, dying an unnatural death. Puff! Several cultivators vomited blood in the air, and their spirits were dispirited. Let's go, let's go. This giant is angry. We can't fight against him at all. Let's go back and get the elixir weapons. At this moment, even the experts of the major forces were no longer calm. The giant's sound wave attack was already so terrifying. If it came closer, no one would be able to stop it. Everyone was retreating, and only Zichen was moving forward. What are you doing? Seeing Zichen moving forward, Tian was shocked and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Quickly retreat. Don't worry about me. I'm the lucky Zichen. Wealth comes from danger. Zichen transmitted his voice. Zichen's breakthrough consumed a lot of resources. He needed endless resources, and now Yukong's spatial spirit ring was the source of these resources. In addition to Yukong's wealth, there was also an ancient weapon and a spirit weapon. Wealth comes from danger. Zichen was going to risk it all. Then I'll go too. Tian did not hesitate and was about to move forward. Obviously, he was worried about Zichen's life. It'll be troublesome if there are more people. Quickly retreat. I have my ways. Zichen calmly transmitted his voice. Then, a wave of energy shot out, and Tian directly flew back. Hurry up and leave, Zichen urged. At the same time, his figure flashed and rushed into the stone chamber next to him. Roar! The giant went crazy and roared again. Then it began to move. The stone chamber on the second floor began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was running for their lives, not knowing which way to go. The giant's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of everyone. Then it stomped its foot forward. A cultivator was stomped to death, and his bones cracked. Roar! The giant looked up to the sky and let out a roar. It grabbed a true energy realm cultivator in its hand. While the cultivator was struggling in fear, the giant used its strength and directly tore him apart. Blood splattered everywhere, and the innards spilled all over the ground. Then the giant threw away half of the corpse and threw the other half into its mouth, chewing continuously. This was a cruel and bloody scene. Many cultivators felt a chill in their hearts and their stomachs churned. The giant stepped forward as if it was unstoppable. With a stomp of its foot, blood splattered everywhere, and a pool of mud appeared on the ground. The scene was very bloody. Buzz! The bracelet trembled again. The cracks around it also became bigger, like cracks. It turned into a 10-meter-long bracelet and rushed towards the giant again. Pum! This time, the giant's violent aura surged violently. He directly used his big hand to hit the bracelet. With a loud bang, the bracelet was shattered. A forbidden weapon was destroyed, just like that. However, at the same time, the giant also took a few steps back and staggered. This created an excellent opportunity for the cultivators who were fleeing. All of them frantically flew up. At this moment, the giant's nose trembled. His eyes that were emitting red light swept towards the stone room next to him. As the ground trembled, the giant entered the stone room. Get lost, get lost. In the stone room, a sobbing voice sounded. A cultivator's eyes were filled with horror. His lower body was already wet. This was a guy who had ulterior motives like Zichen. However, he was unlucky and his aura was sensed by the giant. Pum! The stone chamber trembled again and a squeaking sound was heard. The giant walked out again, and there was another pool of mud in the stone chamber. Because of the people in the stone room, everyone had more time to escape. In the next moment, the giant walked into another stone room. His nose trembled as he could sense the aura of a living person. No. In the shrill scream, the stone room trembled again. Then a third scream was heard. The giant walked out with half a corpse. This was a massacre. Moreover, entering the stone room was obviously suicidal. After 3 consecutive screams, the hearts of those who had ulterior motives trembled. They jumped out one by one and rushed outside. However, there were still some who did not give up. They hid in the stone room, thinking that the giant would chase after those who escaped. His nose trembled like a dog's nose. The giant walked into the stone room again. Obviously, another person had died. Ah! The screams of death continued to sound. In the corner of another stone room, Zi Chen's body was cold. The secret scripture recorded in the heavenly book was constantly circulating. All auras were restrained. He was like a dead person. No one made a sound. Hearing the screams, Zi Chen's mouth trembled. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he still did not run. Obviously, this was a gamble with his life, and everything he relied on was his 1 page of the heavenly book. The giant walked out of the 4th stone room and came to the stone room where Zi Chen was. His nose trembled, his eyes flashed red, and his expression was constantly changing. Then, he strode away and ran to the 1st floor. Obviously, he was going to chase after the others. The stone room on the 2nd floor became dead silent. There was only a strong smell of blood and clumps of mud. When Zi Chen confirmed that the tremors were coming from the 1st level, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely and his clothes were drenched. He slowly walked out and glanced at the 2nd level. Corpses and bones were everywhere. Most of the cultivators were in the mud. Pools of blood formed bloodlines that flowed in all directions. There was not much time left for Zi Chen. He did not have time to sigh. His feet flashed, and he ran to the deepest part of the mud. In a big pile of mud, Zi Chen found the bloody ring. That's it. Zi Chen's eyes lit up. Ignoring the blood on the ring, he put it away and turned around to leave. The ground was trembling. Zi Chen was getting farther and farther away. When Zi Chen reached the 1st floor, there was no one here. The tremors came from outside. The giant is outside. Are they going to use a formation to kill the giant? Zi Chen's face changed. Obviously, the Gung family did not want to give up. They were going to use a formation. But when he rushed out of the ruins, he saw many corpses in the open space in front of the ruins. However, the giant did not intend to continue. Instead, he stood at the edge of the square and roared. Crackle! Zi Chen's bones surged, and he instantly changed his appearance. He did not want to be recognized because it was not good for Ah Tian. But as soon as he rushed out of the ruins, he was targeted by the giant. The latter turned his head, and the red light in his eyes became brighter. He did not hesitate to step on Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen felt the sky darken. A terrifying aura attacked him. Swoosh! 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 Zi Chen's body shone with golden light. At this moment, he did not dare to hide his strength. The 9 passing lightning appeared. His body was like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 299. Boom! With one step, the ground cracked and cracks spread. A huge crater appeared, splashing endless smoke and dust. Zi Chen had the world's fastest speed, and his figure was like a phantom. Many people couldn't see Zi Chen's real body. In an instant, Zi Chen dodged a sure kill attack. So fast! In the distance, someone saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. Obviously, this was the first person to survive from the giant. Unfortunately, it was an unfamiliar face. The giant chased all the way to the outside of the ruins, but it didn't leave the square. It just kept roaring. Zi Chen used the world's fastest speed, and like a phantom, he flew forward like a beam of golden light. At this moment, he saw the people of Gung family. Gung Li's face was pale, and he was protected by a group of experts. They just happened to arrive at the chain formation. Die! Zi-Chen's eyes flashed as he shouted. In a flash, a weapon appeared in his hand. It was just an ordinary Zhen Yuan weapon. Then, Zi-Chen activated his power and threw the weapon at the chain formation. The weapon shone with golden light as if it was burning with golden flames. It turned into a beam of light and flew toward the chain formation, and the air screeched. Everyone saw this attack, but they didn't know why this youth with extreme speed would attack a place that couldn't be more ordinary. Not good. Gung family's Yu Fei seemed to have sensed something. His face changed drastically, and he pulled Gung Lu away. But it was too late. The weapon was thrown into the chain formation, causing the formation to shake. Hum! Hum! The trembling sound continued to be heard, and beams of light appeared. This was the chain formation, one after another, and its power was terrifying. At this moment, the moment it appeared, it surrounded all the experts of Gung family, as if to devour them. Ah! Screams echoed, and the sound of killing filled the air. A terrifying aura surged as the chain formation was activated and began to kill the people of Gung family. Everyone's face changed drastically, and they felt a chill in their hearts. This was going to kill the people of a big family. In the distance, Tian recognized Zichen. After seeing the chain formation devour the Gung family, he was incomparably excited. If all the experts of the Gung family could die here, that would be too wonderful. Boom! The aura of the forbidden artifact circulated as it unleashed one terrifying attack after another. However, this was a chain formation. Even if one were to use brute force to break through the formation, it would not be so easily destroyed. The blood-curdling screams continued to ring out. The shrill screams made one's hair stand on end. Boom! After this attack, Zi-Chen was also in danger. The giant caught up with him in just a few steps. It took another step, and a tyrannical aura circulated around it. Zi-Chen dodged again, using the 9 deaths lightning to its peak. The giant's strength was terrifying. Every time it struck out, it would create a gust of wind that affected Zi-Chen's speed. It could kill a flight user with a single stomp, and Zi-Chen would die if he was even slightly touched. Swish! 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 After dodging the attacks several times, Zi-Chen turned into a golden light and ran forward, obviously intending to leave. Pum! The earth trembled as the powerful attacks landed. Endless smoke and dust splashed up, covering the sky. Although Zi-Chen had dodged the killing blow, he was still hit by the terrifying energy and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He did not dare to stop as he turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. In the distance, everyone was dumbfounded. This young man was simply too powerful. He had trapped the Gung family into a chain formation, and after a few flashes, he actually managed to return alive. Terrifying, too terrifying. When the young man arrived, everyone retreated, not daring to provoke him. Moreover, they were afraid that he would trap them into some formation. Although some of the experts from the major factions were injured, they still had their battle power. After seeing Zi-Chen appear as the last one, their eyes flickered. He's the last one to appear. He must have taken the Gung family's spatial spirit ring. A cry came from the Zhu family. A cold light flickered in Zhu Zizong's eyes as he shouted, "Stop him!" At the same time, rays of light appeared as a terrifying killing intent surged. Many people rushed towards Zi-Chen. At this moment, all the major factions made their move. This was because Gung family's Yukong had an ancient weapon and a spirit weapon. Both were of high quality. Swoosh! Zi-Chen's body glowed with a golden light. 2 of his fingers formed a sword and shot out beams of golden sword chi, aiming specifically at the places where there were matrices. He had sensed these before, and there was no lack of powerful matrices. Wong! Trembling sounds rang out as one formation after another appeared, blocking the expert's footsteps. Kill! After evading the pursuit of the major forces, there were still some powerful rogue cultivators who charged towards Zichin. "Hurry up and leave," Zichin transmitted to a Tian. As for these rogue cultivators, he did not put them in his eyes at all. Light flickered in his hand as a red light appeared. It was like a flame, burning fiercely and emitting a dazzling light. This was the spirit weapon obtained by the Gung family, a sword of fire. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a blazing heat. Even the rogue cultivator's eyes turned blazing hot. "Go to hell!" Killing intent exploded in his eyes as a powerful will came out of his body. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from the spirit weapon. The flames around it became even more intense, and then it swept across the air. In the next moment, a large flame appeared like a sea of fire covering the front. At the same time, a sharp sword chi appeared from the sea of fire and slashed towards the rogue cultivators. Ding! Dang! The sound of weapons colliding rang out. None of the rogue cultivators who survived were weak. They all sensed the sword chi in the flame and tried to block it. However, the sword chi cut through their weapons like tofu, and even their bodies were split into two. In the sea of fire, more than a dozen people were split into two. At the same time, their bodies were also burning with flames. When Zichin flashed past, the flames dissipated and more than a dozen charred bodies were left on the ground. What a terrifying young man! What a terrifying spirit weapon! It was far stronger than ordinary spirit weapons refined by Yukong. The other rogue cultivators' faces changed drastically. They did not dare to step forward and let Zichin turn into a ray of golden light and disappear. Too terrifying. He killed more than a dozen people with one sword. This spirit weapon is too strong. No matter how strong a spirit weapon is, it's just a spirit weapon. The strong one is that young man. The spirit weapon he controlled with his will has such power. Everyone exclaimed and let the other party disappear. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying explosion sounded again. After consuming 2 forbidden artifacts, the chain formation was finally broken, and the Gung family appeared again. However, there were only 5 of them. When they were swallowed by the formation, there were more than a dozen of them. Ah! Gung Lu roared at the sky. Beside him, one of the Yukong family members had already died, and the other was on the verge of death. He was severely injured. In the distance, the giant also let out a roar. His voice was like thunder, far louder than Gung Li's. The latter was so frightened that he did not care about anything else. He led the others and ran outside. This time, the major forces had suffered a great loss. All the Yukong family members were injured, and some were even on the verge of death. Among them, the Gung family had suffered the greatest loss. They had even used several forbidden artifacts. Even 2 of the Yukong family members had died. Gung Lu was so angry that he stomped his feet. Along the way, he wanted to skin that young man alive. Moreover, when he heard that the other party had taken away the spatial ring of the Yukong family members, he wanted to kill the other party's entire family. However, no one knew the other party's origin. No one even remembered where they had seen him before. Zichin fled as if he was flying. After a while, he caught up with Tian and changed his appearance again. "Come, follow me back," Zichin said. "What for?" Tian was startled. "If the Gung family members are still alive, their losses will be great. Maybe we can find a chance to kill them all," Zichin said coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. "That's a good idea." Tian's hesitant expression instantly turned into surprise. Therefore, the 2 turned back and hid in the dark to watch. Not long after, figures appeared one after another. "Damn it! If I find you, I'll kill your entire family." Gung Li's voice could be heard from afar. "Humph! Let's see who will kill whose family." Tian snorted coldly. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. Even the smile on his face had disappeared. After a while, the crowd arrived. Zichin shook his head disappointedly. The Gung family had suffered great losses. If they attacked now, they had a 60% chance of killing the last few people. However, there were other major forces nearby. As major forces, they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Damn it, what a lucky guy. If only they were as unlucky as me. Tian clearly saw that they couldn't attack and was extremely annoyed. Let's go back. Go back where? Eternal Weapon City. Find a spirit herb that can recover soul power. Several major forces returned with great losses. This caused a huge commotion. Even those who were flying in the air had lost several of their people. This news shocked everyone. Zephyr, that was using energy to fly in the air. Experts with spiritual senses were ridiculously powerful, yet they had all died. Moreover, the formation in the ruins could change. It had been broken before, but it appeared again in the end. The major forces had used up their forbidden weapons there. In the second layer, an existence similar to an ancient giant appeared. It killed a Yukong with a single stomp. Its strength was so great that it shocked everyone. Of course, none of this was comparable to the appearance of an unfamiliar young man. He tricked the Gung family members, stole their Yukong's spirit ring, and used a chain formation to trap all the experts of the Gung family. One of the severely injured Yukong died in the chain formation. Another Yukong was on the verge of death. When this news came out, the world was shocked. Zi Qin had just disappeared. Could it be that another fierce person had appeared who dared to go against the major forces? The Gung family issued a must-kill order, and the image of that unfamiliar young man was posted everywhere. A reward of 10,000 primeval stones was offered. At the same time, many Yukong were injured. Their spiritual senses were damaged by the sound wave, and they needed spirit herbs to recover. As for the Yukong of the Gung family, his spiritual senses were almost destroyed. His injuries were very serious. Therefore, the Lu family took advantage of this opportunity to organize an auction targeted at the major forces. There were many rare spirit herbs for sale, and there was also a piece of important news for sale. It was news about the ruins. The Lu family knew some clues. Chapter 300. A few major forces went to the ruins and suffered heavy losses. Many experts were injured, and the Gung family was almost wiped out. This caused a huge commotion. The news of the ruins did not move the major forces at first. The major forces did not pay much attention to it, as they thought that they could open the ruins with the forbidden weapons. This time, many forces did not come. However, after taking the forbidden weapons and going to the second level, they returned with heavy injuries, which caused a huge uproar. The ancient giant appeared in the second level and killed a Zephyr with a stomp. Its strength was shocking. Other than that, there was a third and fourth level in the ruins. Obviously, there were stronger existences. Ancient weapons and spiritual weapons had appeared. Perhaps there would be elixir weapons in the deeper levels. Many forces sent messages to their families, asking them to bring their elixir weapons to attack the ruins. At the same time, they asked their hermits to come out. Obviously, this was a rare ruin. There were many treasures in it. Everyone could not stay calm anymore. In just a few days, many people came to Yongqi City. Such a big city seemed to be overcrowded. Martial Ancestor, Yunqi City, Floating Snow City, and a few other major forces that did not appear before were also eager to take action. Even the elusive Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion was tempted by the ruins. All the major forces sent experts, geniuses, and monsters. Early in the morning, there was a commotion at the city gate. The people from Yunqi City were led by a few monsters, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Wang Xian and Wang Shan. Half a year had passed, and the strength of these people had clearly improved significantly. Among them, Wang Qiong was the strongest. His eyes were bright, and his aura surged naturally. Clearly, he had walked a long way on the path of the veritable essence stage, nearly reaching the end. Wang Shi was still cold and unsmiling as he followed the others to the city gate. After more than half a year, Wang Xian had become more beautiful. She was wearing a red dress and attracted many people's attention. She was like a cute little fairy, lively and lovable. Wang Shan was the last to start his cultivation. He used to be a playboy, but after receiving the inheritance, he became more serious in his cultivation. Now he was the fourth genius of Yunxia City. Although he still had the playboy aura, his strength and combat strength were much stronger than before. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy and a beautiful girl before? The arrival of the crowd caused a commotion. The crowd was somewhat congested. Wang Shan shouted loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire place. He was afraid that no one would know that he, Wang Shan, was here. "Haha, brother Wang Qiong." Right at this moment, a hearty laugh rang out. A man in a loose robe who appeared to be very lazy walked over from afar. Brother Wu Mo, Wang Qiong nodded. A rare trace of warmth appeared on his cool expression. After that, they greeted each other one after another. "Is there any news about Ziqin?" Wang Xian was the first to ask when she saw Miao Kong arrive. Miao Kong came with Wu Mo, and there were also many martial ancestor experts. In the battle half a year ago, Ziqin had single-handedly slaughtered 5 freaks in a row. His reputation was illustrious, and he was almost hailed as the number one of the younger generation. At this moment, when Wang Xian spoke, the others didn't say anything and looked at Miao Kong. He should have gone out of the southern district. Miao Kong was stunned. Then he smiled faintly. Obviously, he wasn't sure either. It's said that the southern district is a vast land filled with all sorts of dangers. However, there are also all sorts of opportunities. Ziqin has already gone out. I wonder when we can go out and explore. Wang Shi suddenly spoke, his eyes gleaming. Obviously, he was looking forward to the life outside of the southern district. Luckily he left. Otherwise, if he bumped into me, it would be his death. A cold snort rang out from behind the crowd. A cold aura spread out, and the temperature in the air dropped significantly. A group of people appeared, led by a tall young man in white clothes. Cold intent spread out from his body, making him look like a piece of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. The people of the floating snow cities, Chu family, were here. A cold aura surged around the young man, as if it could even freeze the air. It was terrifying. This was a freak nurtured by the floating snow city. He had been hidden all this while. Ziqin had killed 2 freaks from the Chu clan previously. Naturally, the huge Chu clan would have to choose a new freak. Stop bragging. If Ziqin was here, he would definitely kill you. To think that your Chu clan is called a big force. Back then, 2 freaks attacked the severely injured Ziqin, but they couldn't even last a round. A cold voice rang out. Lu Bo, who represented the Lu clan, had also arrived at Yongqi City. On this day, many big forces had arrived. Many freaks had gathered, and they all appeared. That's because they were careless. If I met Ziqin, even if he was at his peak, I would be able to kill him with one slap. A mere loose cultivator, Trash, dares to call Ziqin the number one of the younger generation? What a joke. Chu Lai said disdainfully, "Stop bragging. If we really fought, you might be killed with one slap. It's best if you keep a low profile," said Wang Shan indifferently. He couldn't stand others being more arrogant than him. "Then do you dare fight?" Chu Lai's battle intent surged as he coldly stared at Wang Shan. If it's not a life and death battle, then what is there to fight? In front of Ziqin, the Chu clan's dignity is inviolable, but in front of Su Long, Wu Mo smiled indifferently and stretched. He directly walked into the city. Chu Lai's expression changed, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. TCH, Wang Shan also curled his lips and walked into the city. With so many freaks gathered, conflict arose the moment they appeared. Although they hadn't fought today, it wouldn't be long before the freaks started fighting. Everyone was looking forward to that battle. The main reason they were here was for the remnant. The auction held by Yongchi City would only start in a few days. At the auction, there would be soul-recovering treasures for sale. Zi-Chin clearly didn't hold any hope. Those treasures were prepared for the large factions. When the time came, the price would be shockingly high. Zi-Chen could only hope that his luck would be good and that he would be able to find 1 or 2 soul-nourishing treasures. But after searching through the entire city, he hadn't found a single soul-nourishing treasure. Furthermore, he had been told that such treasures would only be available at this auction. Zi-Chen's expression was bitter. This auction was clearly targeted at the injured experts of the large factions, as well as the matter of the remnant. He was just a wandering cultivator with no power or influence. How could he possibly be able to buy medicinal ingredients from the large factions? Walking out of the medicinal ingredient store, Zi-Chen was dispirited. Elder Mo's attainments and formations were very high. If he had been present, entering the remnant wouldn't have been a problem. But in the previous battle, Elder Mo had exhausted himself and still hadn't woken up. There were still portraits of him on the streets. The Gung family had suffered a loss, and they wouldn't rest until they got their revenge. Damn it, brat. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why are you so terrified now? Zi-Chen had just walked out of the medicinal ingredient store when he saw Tian being surrounded by 7 or 8 people. The leader was Gung Lu. A few days had passed, and the Gung family had also come. But unfortunately, they didn't bring any more medicinal ingredients. Yukong's injuries still hadn't recovered. Weren't you very strong? Why are you terrified now? Where's your friend? Was he trampled to death by a giant? A cultivator sneered at the side. Clearly, he was a lucky survivor of the chain formation. He had the strength of an 8th celestial layer. You guys. Tian's expression was ugly. He was strong, but he couldn't make a move in front of the Gung family. Otherwise, he would be recognized, and Yukong might come out to kill him. What about us? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you say that I deserved to be injured? Why aren't you strong now? Gung Lu sneered. Aren't you a monster? Come, let's have a fight. Tian's expression was ugly. He had been hiding in the crowd deliberately, but he had still been discovered. His luck was really bad. What an unlucky Tian. Zi-Chin sighed and walked over with large strides. Bang! One of them shot out a beam of energy and pushed Tian back. He said in disdain, Weren't you very strong before? Why are you so soft now? Come, let's have a fight with our young Master Lu. That's right. Didn't you say that you kicked evil good monks? But come, let's see what you've got. The few of them pressed forward, their auras surging. Many people in the surroundings retreated far away and whispered at the side. That young man's combat strength is definitely comparable to a monster. I saw him kick evil good monks, and hit the back of his head. I don't know why he didn't make a move today. That's right. I also saw the scene that day. He and another person beat the monk until he could only defend. Some people whispered at the side. Evil good monk was definitely an anomaly. He was very mysterious, and his combat strength was unfathomable. At this moment, his words attracted many people's attention. Kicked evil good monks, but Wang Qiong frowned. He was strong, so his hearing was naturally not weak. Everything about evil good monk had piqued his interest. He walked over and saw Gung Lu. Gung Lu had been to the guest house before, and he was a monster. Naturally, he had seen him before. When the other monsters heard this, they also walked over. When they saw Gung Lu and heard that the young man that Gung Lu and the rest surrounded had kicked the monks, but they were extremely curious. Come on, let's fight. Aren't you strong? The few of them were aggressive and shot out beams of energy. Although it didn't hurt Tian, it still had the effect of humiliating him. Tian's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to make a move. If he did, Gung Lu would recognize him. What's going on? If this man really has such combat strength, why isn't he making a move? Wang Xian asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe it's just a rumor. Who in the world can kick a monk's butt? Wang Shan curled his lips and said disdainfully, What monster? I think he's just a piece of trash. He was so arrogant in the ruins, but now he's scared. What a piece of trash. How about this? Learn how to crawl on the ground 3 times and bark 3 times, and I'll let you go. Gung Lu said disdainfully, and it attracted laughter from the surroundings. Tian clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. The veins on his arms bulged, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was about to attack. Learn how to bark like a dog? Not a bad suggestion. I agree. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Then, a young man walked out from the crowd. Peng! Chapter 301. Gung Li's aggressive attitude made many of the geniuses frown, but most of them were puzzled. Someone in the crowd swore that the slightly mature young man kicked the monks, but he didn't dare to fight with Gung Lu at this moment. It was very strange. At this moment, a very fierce figure appeared. The moment he appeared, he sent a 7th celestial layer cultivator flying with a slap. Bang! A dull sound was heard as the cultivator was sent flying. After rolling a few times on the ground, his head tilted to one side. He was actually knocked out. Everyone was shocked. Where did this fierce person come from? He was so powerful that he could knock out a 7th celestial layer expert with a single slap. Learn to bark like a dog. Good suggestion. Today, I'll give you a chance to learn to bark like a dog. Zichen strode forward with a cold glint in his eyes. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? The Gung clan is handling matters. Unrelated people get lost. 2 7th celestial layer cultivators shouted coldly. They came later and didn't know Zichen. As soon as they finished speaking, they attacked Zichen with flashing lights around their bodies. Bang! Bang! Just like before, Zichen waved his hand and sent out 2 slaps. The 2 didn't have any reaction at all and directly fainted. During this period, Zichen didn't even look at the 2 in the eye. Everyone was shocked and tongue-tied. Where did this fierce person come from? It's you. You're not dead. Seeing Zichen's arrival, Gung Lu was shocked and his face turned ugly. He suffered a big loss in the hands of this person that day and lost all his face. How can I die when you're not dead? Zichen sneered and walked to Tian. He transmitted his voice. Leave quickly. I'll deal with them. Tian's appearance was painted by Zichen. His disguise technique wasn't even half-baked. He might be able to fool Gung Lu and the others, but he would be exposed if he met someone who knew how to disguise himself. Be careful. Tian transmitted his voice. He knew the severity of the situation and turned to leave. Stop. At this moment, someone stepped forward and stopped Tian. Bang! Zichen appeared in a flash and delivered another slap. Light flashed between his palms, and under the force of the slap, the man staggered and took a few steps back. However, he did not faint. This was an expert of the 8th celestial layer. His strength was not bad, but he was shocked to be knocked back by Zichen in one strike. Tian's body flashed as he walked towards the crowd. After a few breaths, his figure disappeared. It's him. He's the one who hit the monk's head that day. It's the 2 of them. I won't recognize them wrongly. Their strength is ridiculously strong. One hit the monk's head while the other kicked the monk's, but... The crowd cried out in surprise. Many people recognized Zichen. Many of the geniuses had strange looks in their eyes. A 4th sky of true essence could knock out a 7th sky of true essence with one slap. Such strength was already extraordinary. Furthermore, since he dared to hit a monk's head, he was naturally not an ordinary person. Brat, you still dare to appear here. Gun Li's face was somewhat distorted, and his eyes were burning with anger. Thinking of the humiliation that day, he went crazy. Why wouldn't I dare? This is Yongchi City, not Letian City. Why can't I come when you can? Ziqin turned around and said indifferently, Good, very good. Since you're here, don't leave. Gun Li's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You haven't learned to bark like a dog, so I naturally won't leave. Ziqin said calmly and took a step forward. Humph, competing with your mouth? Today is the day you die. Gun Li snorted and took a step back. He shouted, Kill him. As his voice faded, the remaining 4 figures rushed towards Ziqin. Among them, 3 were 8th sky and 1 was 9th sky. The 4 of them working together was absolutely terrifying. Light flashed as the 4 of them struck out with their killer moves. The dazzling attacks were so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Swoosh! Ziqin's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, and his speed was very fast. Like a phantom, he dodged several attacks and arrived in front of an 8th celestial layer cultivator in an instant. His right hand was like a blade as he ruthlessly chopped down on his opponent's neck. With a bang, the 8th celestial layer cultivator fell to the ground with a groan. This was the fastest speed in the world. It was extraordinary. An 8th sky cultivator had no room to react at all. Bang! At the same time, Ziqin struck out with a punch. Rays of golden light surged and terrifying energy circulated. Another cultivator was sent flying. His figure was in midair as he coughed out blood. With one strike, an 8th sky cultivator was injured and fell into the crowd. Bang! The last person was struck in the head by Ziqin. Boundless golden light scattered, and a powerful energy surged, directly stunning the latter, causing him to faint on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 3 8th sky cultivators were knocked out. Such combat strength shocked everyone. Go to hell! The 9th sky cultivator rushed over at this time, his eyes filled with dense, killing intent. He was already at the 9th sky of true energy. One more step and he would be able to fly. Who? With one strike, the air let out an ear-piercing whistle. This was a terrifying attack, causing many people's expressions to change. However, what met this terrifying attack was only a golden fist. The golden light was dazzling. The two collided in an instant. Bang! The 9th sky cultivator seemed to have suffered a huge shock. His body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a step back. A deep footprint appeared on the ground as he took 6 steps back. 6 deep footprints appeared. You. The 9th sky cultivator's expression changed. His eyes were filled with shock. He was actually forced back by a 4th sky cultivator. At this moment, Ziqin's figure flashed, and the golden light of his fist surged once again. A terrifying energy circulated and struck towards the 9th layer cultivator. Bang! Bang! Dull sounds kept ringing like the beating of a drum. It was abnormally heavy. Every strike caused the earth to tremble. In the end, Ziqin's attacks became faster and faster. Large amounts of golden light scattered. His fists fell like raindrops. It was incomparably fast and violent. After dozens of punches, a loud bang finally sounded in the air. Then the 9th sky cultivator was sent flying. When he was in midair, he was knocked out by the surging golden energy. Everyone around was petrified and shocked. 3 8th sky cultivators were dealt with in 3 strikes. Then a 9th sky cultivator was knocked out with a lightning-like attack. This combat strength was terrifying. The surrounding monstrous genius's eyes became unnatural. He could knock out a 9th sky cultivator so easily. This was an expert who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Very powerful, Wang Shi said coldly. Yes, he has monstrous combat strength. Wu Emo nodded. His lazy expression was slightly restrained. Wang Qiong didn't say anything. He looked at Zichen from afar, his eyes flashing. I think he's just average. He's far from Zichen. Wang Shan curled his lips. He didn't like people who were more famous than him. He didn't like this young man. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with suspicion. Her long eyelashes trembled and her eyes blinked. No one knew what she was thinking. Humph! Chu Lai, the monstrous genius of the Chu clan, snorted and said proudly, I can deal with such combat strength with one slap. Idiot. Wang Shan curled his lips. It's your turn. After knocking out 4 people, Zichen turned around and glanced at Gung Lu with his cold eyes. What? Gung Li's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Fan to deal with his subordinates so easily. Bark like a dog and I'll let you go. Zichen's voice was cold. He was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Brat, don't go too far. Gung Li's voice was cold. He was from the Gung clan. If he barked like a dog here, how could he live in the future? Why didn't you say this to my friend just now? Zichen's voice was cold. You don't want to learn? Then I'll beat you until you learn. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly as he rushed toward Gung Lu. Who's afraid of you? Gung Li's eyes widened as the energy in his body surged crazily. He was in the 7th sky of true essence and possessed monstrous combat strength. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. I was going easy on you before. Gung Lu shouted. His body emitted a bright light that grew brighter and brighter. His aura was also getting stronger. Unparalleled fist. Gung Lu clenched his fists. A terrifying aura surged, forming a dazzling fist light. With a shout, he threw out a powerful attack. Unparalleled fist, a good name, but it's a pity that it's wasted on you. Zichen also threw out a fist. His body was covered in golden light as he punched forward. With a large patch of golden light, Zichen's combat strength increased. Boom! The terrifying fists collided with each other, resulting in a massive explosion. It caused the heavens and earth to tremble as terrifying energy surged. Gung Lu groaned and retreated rapidly. His hands were already deformed, dripping with blood and spasming. Arg! The piercing pain from his palms caused him to involuntarily let out a miserable cry. This collision was even more miserable than the previous one. He felt as if the bones in his hands were about to shatter. Bullying people again and again. You think you're so great just because you're from a powerful force? Zichen snorted coldly. He flashed forward, golden light surging around him again. Bang! In the loud sound, Gung Lu retreated again and again. His face was even paler. Everyone's expression changed, including the monstrous geniuses. Zichen's attack was powerful and terrifying. In just one exchange, he had injured Gung Lu. Arg! Go to hell! Invisible sword! Gung Lu shouted. His face was distorted. Light flashed around him like rays of dazzling sword light. Then a murderous intent appeared. An invisible sword appeared from the thousands of rays of light and slashed towards Zichen. Just a trick. How dare you call yourself Invisible Sword? Zichen snorted and threw out another punch. It was simple and direct. Pum! As soon as the fist touched, the sword light turned into energy and dissipated. Zichen's physical body was still terrifying. At the same time, Zichen flashed forward and threw out a powerful blow. Boom! Like a heavy hammer, the void trembled. Gung Lu was directly sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He was in a very sorry state. A monstrous genius was suppressed just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a resplendent light appeared, carrying a terrifying killing intent as it charged towards Zichen. This was a beam of light, dazzling to the eye and possessing extreme speed. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed, but the latter was like a maggot that followed closely. Chapter 302. Gun Lu was covered in blood, and his expression was hideous. As soon as they exchanged blows, he was suppressed and coughed out blood. But once the spirit weapon appeared, the situation immediately changed. Under the control of his will, the spirit weapon was like a beam of light as it chased after Zichen with a terrifying, killing intent. That's a spirit weapon. Gun Lu actually took out a spirit weapon. Many people exclaimed as they recognized the beam of light. It was a spirit weapon that could fly and possessed unimaginable power. For this trip to the ruins, all the powers were fully prepared. Almost every freak had a spirit weapon to defend themselves. In this trip to the ruins, all the freaks had to do was to protect their lives. Swish, swish, swish. Under the heavens, Zichen dodged continuously as the bone-piercing, killing intent attacked his heart. The spirit weapon followed closely behind like a maggot. Gun Lu was determined to kill him. "Haha, I have a spirit weapon that is incomparably sharp. Cutting you is as easy as cutting grass. Let's see how you break through." Gun Lu laughed with a hideous expression. His will moved again as he wanted to kill Zichen. The spirit weapon transformed into a beam of light. Although it was not the strongest attack, it possessed extreme speed and the sharpness of a spirit weapon. It was enough to destroy the enemy. All the freaks frowned. How could a body of flesh and blood fight against a spirit weapon? Without a spirit weapon, this situation could not be resolved. Many people were worried for Zichen, but in the next moment they saw a shocking scene. Zichen's body suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light like a golden sun. The dazzling light made people unable to open their eyes. Then, Zichen punched towards the spirit weapon. Clang! Like the sound of metal clashing, the golden fist struck the spirit weapon, causing a large amount of golden light to vibrate. The spirit weapon trembled as its body flickered. What? At this moment, many people were incomparably shocked as they looked at the figure in the golden light. Although they could not clearly see what had happened, they could guess what had happened. He actually used his flesh and blood to block the spirit weapon. This was an inconceivable scene. There was actually an existence of the true energy realm who could block a spirit weapon with his bare hands. Clang! Zichen swung his fist, and the golden fist descended once more. Blazing energy surged, and another terrifying attack was launched. The spirit weapon was trembling, and the brilliance around it flickered continuously. During this period of time, Zichen's figure kept flickering as he retreated rapidly, throwing out punches after punches. The golden light around his body made it hard for people to look at him directly. After the blazing heat came the cold. Zichen deliberately replaced it with golden light, compressing the energy into his fist, not daring to release it. Dang! Every time the golden fist landed on the spirit weapon, it would cause the spirit weapon to tremble like the ringing of a bell. After 7 or 8 consecutive punches, the light around the spirit weapon finally dimmed. With a thud, it fell to the ground. It was only the size of a palm and had lost all of its spiritual energy. Not far away, Gun Li's face was even more ghastly pale as he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His spirit was dispirited, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Yes, how is that possible? At this moment, it was not only Gun Lu who wanted to ask this question. Everyone present wanted to ask this question. How was a mere mortal body able to withstand a spirit weapon? The golden light slowly receded, and there were streaks of blood on Zichen's right hand. Red blood appeared and dripped down. He was also injured after taking on the spirit weapon head-on, but it was only a few drops of blood. It was not even worth mentioning. All the monstrous geniuses' faces changed. Wang Qiong's eyes flickered as he frowned slightly. He seemed to have felt a familiar energy in the dazzling golden light. Wang Xian's expression changed as her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her spiritual perception was very sharp, and in that instant, she discovered something. As for Miao Kong, he did not make a sound, but the astonishment in his eyes betrayed him. But not everyone noticed the abnormality. At this moment, many monstrous geniuses who heard the news were shocked, taking on a spirit weapon barehanded. How terrifying was his physique! Swish! Zichen did not speak. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Light flickered under his feet as he rushed towards Gang Lu like a ray of light. Pow! With his mind injured, Gang Li's reaction was slightly slower. He was punched in the chin and was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and 2 white teeth. Everyone was dumbfounded and petrified. A monstrous genius actually had his teeth knocked out. At this moment, many of the monstrous geniuses felt the pain in their teeth as their lips twitched. Hee. Didn't someone say that he could kill the other party with a single slap? I wonder if he still dares to make a move now. Wang Shan laughed weirdly as he looked at Chu Lai provocatively. Mere brute force is not worth mentioning. Chu Lai was still full of disdain and was very confident. You are quite confident. If you have the ability, then make a move. Don't brag here. Wang Shan continued. I have the same intention. Chu Lai laughed coldly. The battle continued, and Zichen did not pay attention to this side. Pow! Zichen flashed forward and struck again. Blood spurted out from Gang Li's mouth. At the same time, his fist turned into a palm and slapped towards Gang Li's face. Pa! The sound was crisp and loud. A clear handprint immediately appeared on Gang Li's face. You. Gang Lu was covered in blood. There were even traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his expression was ferocious and terrifying. This slap had almost stunned him. He was a monstrous genius of the Gung clan. He was actually slapped by someone. Pa! But immediately after, Zichen slapped Gang Lu again, causing him to spin 4 or 5 times before falling to the ground. Only then did Gang Lu wake up. Brat, I swear that I, Gang Lu, will definitely kill you. Gang Lu roared like an angry lion. He had completely lost control of his emotions. When had he ever suffered such grievance? Dong! Zichen kicked Gang Lu again, sending him flying a few meters away. A bloody line as long as a person was drawn. Zichen's attack was powerful and sharp. His attacks were ruthless and merciless, just as everyone reacted from the incident of him catching the spirit weapon with his bare hands. They saw Gang Lu being beaten to a pulp. A monstrous genius was slapped in the face and almost killed. Everyone was dumbfounded and felt that their brains were not enough to process this. How ferocious did this person have to be to dare to do such a thing? I swear that I, Gang Lu, will kill your entire family. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive. Gang Li's mouth was filled with bloody foam. His expression was ferocious and venomous. Very good. Today, I'll send you on your way and sever your thoughts. Murderous intent flashed in Zichen's eyes. Golden light surged on his feet as he prepared to stomp down. Little child, although this is not Letian City or the Gung clan's faction, you will definitely die if you kill him. You have to think twice. Suddenly, an aged voice rang out in Zichen's sea of consciousness. This was an expert. His voice could cause Zichen's soul to tremble. If his voice had been louder, it might have shattered Zichen's soul. Stop! To think that you are so ruthless at such a young age. Just at this moment, a loud shout rang out. A tall man walked out. He was dressed in white, but his surroundings were extremely cold, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. This was Chu Lai, who had been repeatedly mocked by Wang Shan. Now he walked out. Humph! An idiot and an arrogant fellow. Neither of them is a good person. Wang Shan smiled coldly. He did not find the two pleasing to the eye. He could not wait for the two to fight to the death. "Elder sister, why are you glaring at me?" Suddenly, Wang Shan felt a chill as he discovered that Wang Xian was glaring at him. "Am I glaring at you?" Wang Xian glared at Wang Shan with a cold glint in her eyes. "Are you not? Look at your expression. You can't wait to beat me up. I did not offend you." Wang Shan felt wronged. "Humph! I'll deal with you later," Wang Xian said angrily. Zi Qin really wanted to kill Gung Lu. However, the voice in the dark could kill him with just one sentence. This made Zi Qin apprehensive. However, he did not dare to kill Gung Lu. Xiao Qin felt very depressed. Just at this moment, there was actually a reckless fellow who came out to speak. Zi Qin looked at the other party with a cold gaze. "You are so young, but you are already so vicious. Be careful that you don't live long and die early." Chu Lai walked out, his tone as cold as his own. "I don't live long." Zi Chen was so angry that he laughed. He retorted, "Am I the one who doesn't live long, or are you the busybody who doesn't live long?" "Humph! You are so young, but you are already so vicious. You still dare to say that I'm a busybody." Chu Lai walked over step by step. "Didn't you hear him say that he wants to kill my entire family?" Zi Chen asked. Gung Lu was being stepped on by Xiao Chen. He was breathing heavily. He was just saying it. He did not do it. Chu Lai stood in front of Zi Chen and stopped. There was a cold glint in his eyes. "Oh, it looks like you have a good temper. If he was just saying it, it would not be worth it." "Since that is the case, then get him to scram." Right after Chu Lai spoke, Zi Chen kicked Gung Lu, sending him flying. Gung Lu coughed out blood again. Gung Lu was almost half dead. Then Zi Chen looked at Chu Lai and asked, "What you said makes sense." However, he was just saying it. He did not do it, so it cannot be taken seriously. "Humph! At least you are knowledgeable." Chu Lai snorted coldly. "Of course. That is because I want to kill your entire family as well. I won't even leave a single chicken or dog alive." Zi Chen smiled faintly, his voice calm. "Brat, you are courting death." Chu Lai's gaze turned cold. "I was just saying it. I did not do it. Why do you care?" Zi Chen mocked. "That's right. I was just saying it." "Chu Lai, you shouldn't care. Isn't that what you said?" Wang Shan chimed in at the right time. Of course, it was not out of kindness. He just wanted the two of them to start fighting as soon as possible. "I enlightened you earlier because I thought highly of you. To think that you actually said such words to me. You are seeking your own death. Why can he say such words to me, but I can't say such words to you? Because you are not worthy." Chu Lai's voice was very cold. He looked at Zi Chen and said, "Who do you think you are? You dare to say that you want to kill my entire family? How bold of you." Zi Chen also raised his voice quite a bit and said, "Then what kind of dog are you? Coming here to meddle in my business. You are quite bold. You have offended the Gung family, and now you speak rudely. Very well. The Chu family's dignity cannot be violated. You should use your life to apologize." After those words were spoken, a terrifying aura surged. "Chu family," Zi Chen sneered and said, "Is it the Chu family that said in front of Zi Chen that the Chu family's dignity cannot be violated, and then lowered its voice in front of Su Long and said that it was a misunderstanding?" Once those words were said, there was a roar of laughter. It was obvious that those people were monsters who wished for the world to be in chaos. Wang Shan was among them, and this laughter, which clearly contained ridicule, completely angered Chu Lai. "Go die." Chapter 303. Clang. The sharp weapon appeared and let out a sword hum. With a flash of cold light, it charged towards Zi Chen. The air was white. This was caused by the ice cultivation technique being used to its limit. The sword was extremely powerful, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg floating. This was the killing move of the Chu clan. Chu Fei and Chu Xiong had used it before. Golden light flashed around Zichen. He punched out, scattering a large amount of golden light. Terrifying energy circulated. Clang! The fist hit the sharp weapon, causing it to tremble. Large amounts of golden light dissipated, causing the weapon to make a loud noise. Frozen heaven and earth. Chu Lai roared. The coldness around him intensified. The surrounding space showed signs of freezing. It was white like a domain. A 10,000-year-old iceberg was floating. Endless coldness surged. This was a terrifying attack. It attacked both the body and mind. It was a double attack. The sword slashed out with terrifying power. Wang. The light around Zichen trembled. In his sea of consciousness, his powerful will shone with golden light. He was not afraid of such an attack. The golden light in his mind flashed and destroyed the attack. At the same time, he clenched his fists. Blinding golden light emitted. He instantly struck out a terrifying attack. Boom! The powerful attacks collided, causing a loud explosion. Large amounts of golden light scattered, scattering the white space around. As if he had suffered a violent shock, Chu Lai retreated. The web between his thumb and forefinger trembled slightly. Cracks appeared on the sharp weapon in his hand. Finally, it exploded with a bang. His expression was incomparably ugly. The sharp weapon refined by Yukong was actually shattered just like that. Moreover, his powerful attack was also easily countered. Go to hell! At this moment, Zichen flashed forward. With extreme speed, he charged towards Chu Lai like a beam of light. Boom! Both fists landed like heavy hammers, causing a huge tremor. The surrounding ground trembled. Chu Lai retreated 7 or 8 steps. The blood in his body was boiling. In this world, who could fight Zichen in close combat? Under the perfect body, he could defeat all the geniuses. Only the monk's physical body was comparable to Zichen's. Dang! Zichen's eyes were like lightning, and his attacks were swift. Every time he struck out, a large amount of golden light would scatter. At the same time, the two extreme energies were constantly changing, maintaining a balance between yin and yang. Although he didn't use any offensive skills, his perfect body and extreme energy were enough to suppress Chu Lai. Boom! Chu Lai retreated again and again. He did not have the slightest chance to counterattack. The blood and qi in his body churned, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Haha, what a monster! What a good way to kill your opponent with a single slap. So it turns out that you are actually this powerful. When they saw Chu Lai vomiting blood, a cold laugh rang out from the crowd. It was Wang Shan. He had a look of schadenfreude on his face. With your combat power, you dare to say that you can kill others with a single slap? Be careful, don't let others kill you. Lu Bo also let out a strange laugh. At the same time, chuckles could be heard. When the laughter entered Chu Lai's ears, he found it exceptionally ear-piercing. Furthermore, this youth before him was very strong. He had to use some means. Frozen World. This was also an offensive move. Although the sequence was different from the previous move, the difference was huge. One was a sword technique, while the other was an offensive move. Chu Lai shouted loudly, and a seal appeared. The next moment, an icy aura surged. It was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. It surged towards Zichen. The white icy aura rushed towards Zichen. In an instant, a layer of white ice crystals formed around Zichen's body. His facial features were revealed in the ice crystals. He was completely frozen. Ha! Chu Lai laughed loudly. The corner of his mouth was still stained with blood. This was an extremely powerful move. It consumed a lot of his energy. He's frozen. He's actually frozen just like that. It's too terrifying. This move actually froze the opponent directly. Everyone was shocked. They were extremely shocked. The powerful youth from before had been frozen just like that. Only a few monsters had a strange look in their eyes. Chu Lai took a big step forward and was about to shatter the ice crystals with a single palm. Suddenly, he saw a golden light flash within the ice crystals. His expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. Bang! The ice crystals instantly exploded. Zichen appeared in a flash. At the same time, he threw a punch at Chu Lai. The shattered ice crystals were dyed golden. PFFF! Chu Lai retreated in time. However, he was still grazed by the fist light. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he said in shock, "You actually didn't die." Zichen sneered, "Your ice crystals can only lower the temperature and cool people down. They can't kill people." "Ah, damn it. Let's see if you can die this time." Chu Lai was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His offensive move had been called worthless by someone else. He had no choice but to face his opponent head-on. Furthermore, he had taken out his final move. He had originally saved this move to kill Zichen. Wang. A powerful intent suddenly came out of his body. It was far stronger than ordinary experts of the same level. Immediately after, a beam of light appeared in front of Chu Lai. This was a palm-sized sword. It emitted a boundless icy aura. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. It was as though it had dropped below zero. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was also a spirit weapon. Its quality was extraordinary. Die. With just a thought, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the spirit weapon. It was like it could destroy the world. It turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at Zichen. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat shocked. Naturally, he was very clear on the strength of spirit weapons. However, the will of the true energy realm was limited. He could not bring out the full might of the spirit weapon. It was like a forbidden weapon. However, at this moment, Chu Lai's control of the spirit weapon was actually twice as strong as Gun Li's. The speed of the spirit weapon was even faster and stronger. What a strong will! With just a thought, he can make the spirit weapon so strong. This will is too scary. The might of the spirit weapon caused some of the demonic geniuses to be shocked. At this moment, they finally knew where Chu Lai's confidence came from. My will is several times stronger than others of the same level. When I control the spirit weapon, its might is even stronger. What are you going to use to fight me? Your physical body? If you have the ability, then block it. Chu Lai sneered as he controlled the spirit weapon to fight. A wave of killing intent attacked. A terrifying aura spread out. Zichen felt that his body was about to collapse. The killing intent was too scary. Naturally, his physical body could not block it. Swish! However, he was not afraid. With a thought, a golden light appeared. The golden light flowed like water waves and blocked in front of him. This was a spirit weapon that had fused with the diamond. Its quality was very high. Furthermore, it was refined by Su Long. It could be said to be a top-grade spirit weapon. Clang! The two spirit weapons clashed, releasing a terrifying aura. Waves of energy rippled out in all directions as the two beams of light continued to clash. Clang! Clang! A series of sounds rang out as the spirit weapons clashed in the air. Their might was equally matched. What? How can this be? Chu Lai was dumbfounded. The strong will was his strongest move and also his last move. However, he never expected that Chu Lai would also have a spirit weapon. Furthermore, Chu Lai's will was not weaker than his. What a strong will! What a terrifying spirit weapon! Seeing that Zichen had also taken out a spirit treasure and blocked the attack of Chu Lai's spirit weapon, everyone's expression changed. They were all shocked. The group of monsters almost lost their composure. Could this guy who appeared out of nowhere be a perfect person? He had almost no weaknesses, from head to toe. I don't believe that your will is stronger than mine. Chu Lai roared loudly. In his sea of consciousness, his will surged crazily as he controlled the spirit weapon, wanting to kill Zichen. Furthermore, after he exerted his strength, Zichen's spirit weapon was indeed suppressed. Humph! Zichen snorted coldly. In his sea of consciousness, his will surged out crazily as he controlled the spirit weapon. Wang. In the next moment, the spirit weapon trembled slightly. An even more terrifying aura swept out like a huge wave. It was almost comparable to controlling a spirit weapon to attack from the air. Clang! The golden spirit weapon slashed down with a terrifying might. In the next moment, sparks flew everywhere as a huge hole appeared on Chu Lai's spirit weapon. At the same time, Chu Lai let out a shriek. Chu Lai's will was shaken. Like a huge wave, the golden spirit weapon slashed down with a terrifying might once again. It was extremely powerful as it slashed down on Chu Lai's spirit weapon once again. This time, cracking sounds came from the spirit weapon, as though cracks were spreading out. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed. This was too terrifying. A mere fourth layer of true essence was actually this strong. Clang! When the golden spirit weapon slashed down for the third time, more and more cracks appeared on Chu Lai's spirit weapon like a spider web. Finally, it exploded with a bang. In the next moment, Chu Lai let out a miserable cry as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His expression instantly became dispirited. This was caused by the huge impact on his spirit weapon. Die! Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes as killing intent rose in his heart. Just at this moment, a chilling intent appeared from head to toe, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. Could it be another old monster? Zichen felt apprehensive as he cursed in anger. He could only give up on the golden spirit weapon and charge towards Chu Lai. The following matter seemed to be much simpler. Since Zichen did not dare to kill Chu Lai, he could only ruthlessly humiliate the other party. As for how to humiliate, naturally it was to slap Chu Lai's face. Although it was not an unparalleled face-slapping technique, it was a solid slap to the face. The slapping sounds made many people's hearts tremble. Many demonic geniuses felt their mouths trembling. This fellow who suddenly appeared was simply too terrifying. To think that he actually possessed such combat prowess. He suppressed two great demonic geniuses. With such ease, he seemed to be even more terrifying than Zichen back then. Chu Lai's face was covered in blood, and several of his teeth had fallen out. At this moment, he seemed to be preparing to say something vicious. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying by Zichen's slap. At the same time, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Everything was over. Gang Lu was beaten until he did not look human anymore. As for Chu Lai, the demonic genius, he was directly knocked unconscious. Not far away, the Chu clan's people were all spitting fire from their eyes. However, they did not come forward, as if they were deliberately suppressing it. Wah, 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 you are so powerful. After knocking Chu Lai unconscious, Zichen stood proudly in the middle of the field. His eyes were cold and the aura around him surged. Everyone felt fear in their hearts, and no one dared to come forward. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. Wang Xian, or actually ran over. Her pair of big eyes looked at Zichen, sizing him up. Do I have flowers on me? Zichen was stunned and felt very awkward. Wang Xian walked around him as if she was looking at a piece of art. Occasionally, she would mumble, "This shouldn't be." I clearly felt a familiar aura earlier. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Furthermore, only he has such combat prowess. Her soft mumbling gave Zichen a big fright. Could it be that when he made his move earlier they sensed something? Zi Chen did not bother with Wang Xian. He turned around and left. Hey, wait, I have something to ask you. Wang Xian chased after him. Zi Chen sensed that something was wrong and increased his speed. Chapter 304. A group of demonic geniuses gathered in a luxurious restaurant in Yongqi City. Zi Chen was also invited. He easily defeated 2 demonic geniuses in one battle, which was enough to make the other demonic geniuses wary. Yunxia Wang clan's Wang Xian, Wang Qiong, Danyangqing clan's Qin Xing, Qin He, and Zhu Zizong of Lingyao Zhu clan's Zhu Zizong. This was a gathering of demonic geniuses, and the scale was not smaller than the one in Songli City. As the host, the Lu clan was very thoughtful. Lu Chen was slightly plump and had a simple and honest face. He was the one in charge of this matter. Naturally, Gung Lu and Chu Lai were also invited. It had to be said that the 2 major powers were indeed strong. Despite their injuries, they had completely recovered in one day and were full of energy again. It was said that they had gone to the Qin clan to ask for 2 medicinal pills. Humph! Seeing Zi Chen appear, the 2 snorted coldly with hatred in their eyes. This was a gathering of demonic geniuses. After yesterday's battle, the 2 felt that they were inferior to the others and had lost face. This was especially so for Chu Lai. Previously, he had said that he could kill the other party with one slap. However, in the end, he was knocked unconscious. Zi Chen came alone. Tian did not come. He wore black clothes and had an indifferent expression. The moment he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. I am Lu Chen. How may I address you? Lu Chen took the initiative to step forward and smiled. Luo. Zi Chen smiled faintly. After the battle that day, he turned and left quickly. Furthermore, this was Yongqi City. He did not have any conflict with the Lu clan, and no one made things difficult for him that day. Hence, the group of demonic geniuses only knew that this young man was strong, but did not know his name. Many thanks for Brother A. Luo's invitation. Come, let me introduce you. Lu Chen smiled and started to introduce Zi Chen. This is the Tsong clan's demonic genius, Tsong Kuan. He has strong combat strength and has always been hidden by the clan. He is a reclusive demonic genius. Tsong Kuan was a young man, very young. He was not as domineering as Tsong Meng and appeared more feminine. At this moment he smiled faintly. Indeed, Zi Chen felt relieved. Since it was a major power with abundant resources, it was impossible for them to only have one demonic genius. This is Li Yu, a member of the Li clan. Back then, Zi Chen had killed 5 freaks, and 4 of them were from different factions. Today, all 3 factions had come, but they did not recognize Zi Chen, so their expressions were still kind. This is Wu Feng. Martial ancestor had also arrived. Apart from Wu Mo and Miao Kong, another monstrous genius had arrived. However, he was facing Wu Mo. It was obvious that both sides were still not on good terms. As for the others, Zi Chen knew them all. This is... Lu Chen continued the introduction. There's no need. I'll do it myself. My name is Wang Xian. You should know me, right? Wang Xian. Er's large eyes were very lively, and her eyelashes were very long. She blinked as she stared at Zi Chen. Of course I know you. You are the second most talented disciple of Yunxia City. You are beautiful and lovely. Who in the world doesn't know you? Zi Chen smiled and turned to look at the next person. That's all? Is there nothing else? Wang Xian. I was unwilling to accept this. Well, Zi Chen was embarrassed. Fortunately, at this moment, Wang Qiong pulled Wang Xian back. The following introductions were relatively simple. Zi Chen did not want to expose his identity, so he just nodded. As for Gung Lu and Chu Lai, there was naturally no need to introduce them. Lu Chen did not have the strength to resolve the enmity between the 2 sides. After the introductions, everyone exchanged pleasantries. Intentionally or unintentionally, everyone was very interested in Zichen's background. May I know where Brother Luo is from? Why haven't I seen you before? Wang Qiong asked. This was the first time he took the initiative to talk to Zichen. The others also looked at Zichen. I'm from the mountains and a nameless person. My identity is not as prominent as yours. It's normal that you don't know me. Zichen smiled and said perfunctorily, Oh, I see that Brother Luo's physique is special. Could it be that you had some fortuitous encounter? Wang Shi also said, That's right. When I was young, I was playful and accidentally fell into a cave. I ate a wild fruit and felt warm all over. After that, I became very strong. Zichen was full of nonsense. Wang Shi smiled. A few people had strange looks in their eyes. Wang Shi and Wang Qiong did not believe him at all. Clearly, they were just spouting nonsense. After that, the few people asked a few more questions. Zichen answered them fluently. Clearly, he was prepared. On this trip, the most common rumor I heard was that Zichen killed 5 demonic geniuses in one day. Such strength makes one blush with shame. I wonder if any of you have seen Zichen before. How strong is he? Zichen smiled faintly and started to shift the topic. Indeed, when Zichen was mentioned, the crowd became more talkative. Zichen is very strong. Even now, the memory of that battle is still fresh in my mind, Lu Qin said, seemingly deep in thought. He is very strong and possesses 2 types of extreme energy. He is known as a heavenly cultivator with unparalleled combat prowess. This time, the crowd finally opened up a topic, speaking one after another. Yesterday, Chu Lai said that he could kill Zichen with one slap. However, today he did not say anything. His eyes were cold. Together with Gang Lu, the 2 of them were in the same boat. At the side, Zhu Zicong and the people from the Cong and Li clans were also there. Clearly, they were a small group. Furthermore, this group would not talk about Zichen. Are you really from the mountains? Wang Xian asked. Of course. I don't believe it. I feel like you are someone. Wang Xian did not give up. The demonic geniuses of the Qin clan were twins. The older brother was called Qin Xing, and the younger brother was called Qin He. The 2 of them looked almost the same. Zichen could not tell who was older and who was younger. Greetings, Brother Qin. Zichen cupped his fists and walked over. Oh, Brother Luo is looking for us. The 2 of them were very surprised. They did not expect this Luo to ignore beauty and come to talk to them. I heard that the Qin clan of Danyang is very knowledgeable about the art of refining pills. I wonder if the 2 of you have any pills that can recover soul power. Zichen went straight to the point. This was also one of the reasons why he came to the gathering of the demonic geniuses. The Qin clan of Danyang started with refining pills. As for the miraculous effects of the pills, Zichen had seen it for himself the other day. Soul power. The 2 of them were stunned. Soul power was actually consciousness. However, there were some differences. When a person was alive, this was called consciousness or spiritual sense. When the person died, the spiritual sense would not dissipate and would turn into soul power. That's right. Zichen nodded. The 2 of them were shocked, but their expressions did not change. The older brother, Qin Xing, smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry. We did have such pills before. However, after we entered the remnant, the spiritual sense of the elders of the clan was injured by the giant's sound wave. We used all of them to recover. Oh, Zichen nodded. He could not help but feel disappointed. The younger brother, Qin He, said, With so many great forces here, the auction is about to begin. There will be such spiritual herbs in it. The 2 of them exchanged a few more words. Zichen left in disappointment. Elder Mo's attainments and formations were very high. If he woke up, he would be of great help when they went to the remnant. What's the matter? Miao Kong walked up and asked through telepathy without batting an eyelid. I want to find a medicinal herb that can recover soul power. Zi Chen replied through telepathy. Miao Kong was the only one who knew that he had not left the southern region. Wang Xian was only guessing, but she was not sure. Recover soul power. Miao Kong frowned slightly and said, "The Lu clan has been prepared this time. The auction is held for this. They will also tell you about the remnant on the day of the auction. Are you in a hurry? With this medicine, my chances of surviving in the remnant will increase by 50%. Zi Chen replied through telepathy. Then I'll think of a way to get one for you. The simple conversation between the two of them attracted Wang Xian's attention. Zi Chen smiled and turned to leave. Wang Xian followed him. Zi Chen pretended not to see her. His identity was very awkward. If he was exposed again, he would definitely die. Moreover, Su Long seemed to have something urgent and had already left. Before he left, he kept warning Zi Chen not to expose his identity. A group of monsters gathered. Naturally, it was not just a simple chat and eating. When the topic came to an end, the main event would come. Lu Qin, I heard that the Lu clan has some information about the remnant. I wonder if it's accurate. Yeah, I heard that you guys discovered the remnant this time. Could it be that you guys have sensed something beforehand? In the previous expedition to the remnant, the Lu clan lost the least experts. Are you guys prepared? A few monsters stepped forward. This was the main event this time. Some of them were here for the remnant. How is that possible? We were just guessing before. Only after entering the remnant this time can we be sure. Lu Qin smiled honestly. That means that you guys really found something. All the monsters walked over with bright eyes. We did find something. According to the rumors, we know that it's the burial place of an expert. We entered it several times to investigate. Currently, we are sure that it's the burial place of an expert, Lu Qin said. Which expert? Everyone's eyes lit up. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Qin. It's the burial place of Senior Ao Baichuan from 9,000 years ago. He was famous and had great attainments in formations. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with respect. Ao Baichuan. Everyone was stunned. Obviously, they had never heard of this name. It's him. The Rin Tu, who massacred a major force in a day. At this moment, someone exclaimed. It was Wang Qiong of Yunxia City. He had always been calm, but his expression changed at this moment. Yunxia City had been established for 10,000 years. It was considered a major force. Naturally, there were records of what happened 9,000 years ago. It's him. It's actually the Ren Tuesday. It's said that more than 100,000 people died in his hands. He's an unparalleled expert. Following that, a few more exclamations sounded. Obviously, the Ren Tu's identity was extraordinary. However, not many people knew his name. Even so, the Ren Tu's name was extremely famous. Zi Chen frowned. Even the martial ancestor and Gung Li didn't know. Obviously, not everyone knew who the Ren Tu was. That's right. It's his burial place. Lu Chen nodded. 10,000 years ago, the Wuji sect was destroyed and the 7 major cities rose. It was a chaotic era. Apart from the local forces, there were also many foreign forces that wanted to occupy this place. Thus, a great war broke out. A great war between the local forces and the foreign forces. At that time, the Wuji sect was very famous. It was the undisputed #1 sect in the southern region. However, it also led to there being no other sects in the area under its control. The Wuji sect attacked the Lightning Divine Palace and was completely annihilated. However, the territory under its control made countless people jealous. Thus, a great war broke out. How could the local forces be a match for the foreign forces? It was almost a one-sided battle. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.